Closed session, adjourned regular meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, if council can turn on their mics, please. Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji is absent. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
He's here.
Here.
Councilmember Barron and Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, let's see. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Any public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items? Nobody's in the audience. Anybody online?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, before we recess to closed session, do you want to read off what we'll be talking about, please?
As authorized by the government code and on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F7 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation. Sandra Traus, an individual, versus the City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23TRC-P00325. For F2, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STC-P03193. Item F3, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRC-P00203. For item F4, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23STC-P00426. For item F5, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC-V10146. For item F6, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC-P02189. And for item F7, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy, CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items.
For all items this evening, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, and then we will be joined by outside legal counsel John Wellner and Abby O'Brien.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Motion to recess, closed session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, we are recessing the closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 p.m. Convening to open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please? Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujarovich?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji? Here. Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Present.
Quorum.
Do we have anything to announce from closed session? City Manager Witsansky?
Not this evening, no.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay. So I am calling to order the regular session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujarovich?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. See, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody?
You.
Well, yeah, I get that. Okay, doesn't look like we have any. Okay, if we could all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence, I'd like to call up Isaiah, who will lead us in the pledge. The floor is all yours, Isaiah.
Good evening, my name is Isaiah. I'm a sixth grader at Adams Middle School and my favorite subject in school is math. I love playing flag football and club soccer in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now if you could remain standing for a moment of silence and silent reflection. Okay, Isaiah, thank you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You did a great job. Well done.
How many spins do you get in flag football? None?
Everybody crowd in. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Isaiah.
Good
Well
job.
done.
Good job.
Okay, so now we've got a couple proclamations and presentations, so I'll be coming forward for those. Thank you. Okay, first, we're going to be celebrating Parks and Recs Month, so Elizabeth, if you don't mind coming forward, and any of your staff who's here, they'd like to join us. So we are celebrating Park and Recreation Month in July to build a strong and vibrant and resilient Redondo Beach community through the power of Parks and Recreation. Any of you knows me knows I'm a big park advocate, was with South Bay Parkland Conservancy before that, so this is near and dear to my heart. This month is also dedicated to recognizing and celebrating our park and recreation professionals, some of whom are here right now, and our Public Works Department, our Community Services and Public Works Departments, along with our part-time and seasonal workers and volunteers who maintain our community parks. And we just met with a very passionate one this morning at Wilderness Park. This year's theme is Where You Belong, and it celebrates the many ways our park and recreation professionals foster a sense of belonging in their community by providing welcoming and inclusive programs, essential services for all ages and abilities, and safe, accessible spaces to build meaningful connections. This Park and Recreation Month lets unite and uplift the many reasons why local parks and recreation truly embodies the essence of belonging. Together, we can demonstrate why these spaces are where you belong. So with that, Elizabeth, I'll let you say a few words, but I want to give you this proclamation on behalf of the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Just a big thank you to our Parks and Rec Division. You all do amazing work, and you do it with heart and compassion. And thank you to our Public Works staff, too. We couldn't do what we do without you. So thank you again, and thank you, Mayor Light.
Thank you. Everybody get out to those parks. You want to come together for a picture? Yeah, you come on this side. You're a picturee, not a picturer.
Should we stand? Let's join him.
Elizabeth looks short. You make me look bad. Okay, thank you. Okay, next, we're going to recognize some of our public safety servants here. Chief Hoffman and Chief Butler, if you'd like to join me down here. Is Chief Hoffman? So first off, very proud to be living here in Redondo Beach, and I'm particularly proud of our public safety staff who support our community day in and day out and make this place so much better to live. At this year's South Bay Police and Fire Memorial Foundation Medal of Valor event, 10 of our own were recognized. It will be my honor to recognize them again tonight and tell their stories. So first would be the life-saving awards. May I call, so Chief Butler's up here, firefighter, paramedic Timothy Dennis, firefighter, paramedic Ryan Shota, firefighter, paramedic Garrett Todd, and engineer, firefighter Joseph Bohm, if you could come up. And Chief, you want to give us a little.
Thank you very
on
much.
why they're
Perfect.
getting this award.
Appreciate it. This is a really proud moment. On September 17th of 2022, I had recently been appointed as the interim chief, and I got a phone call in the morning, a Saturday morning, saying that our department, Engine 62 and Rescue 62, had responded to Adams Middle School, which is interesting because you were given the pledge there. They got on scene. It was a 15-year-old child playing soccer who was on the field, pulseless, not breathing, unconscious. There was bystander CPR. There was a lot of parents and family there trying to help out. And your Redondo Beach firefighter paramedics showed up. These gentlemen here, along with others from the station, to initiate care. Sudden cardiac arrest is something that we hear a lot about. We've seen it on NFL TV and other places. Through their expertise and the equipment we have, they were able to initiate life-saving care, hooking them up to a defibrillator, putting them on a piece of equipment that we call an auto pulse, using all their paramedic skills where essentially they're like doctors in the field. And combined with the community, our paramedics, our firefighters, our equipment, they made contact with the hospital. And this is something that's interesting. People say, why don't you just put them in the ambulance and go? Because modern medicine shows us that these paramedics and their equipment are far more effective if we start taking care of the patient in the field. So with that, they initiated care, transported to the hospital, transported to Children's Hospital, doing CPR, administering drugs via IV, and that child made a full recovery. Not only that, but that child came back and celebrated a party with us at the fire station. Beyond that, that child is now playing soccer once again. And these paramedics here, not only did they save his life, but they went out of their way. This gentleman here went to high school with a professional soccer player, reached out and said, can you get me a pair of shoes and a jersey from a professional team in the US? And we gifted that child all that. I share this story because it's not in every community that you find these successes. And in my 18 months here, I've seen this happen at least 7 times. So it's the equipment and their skill that give us the fighting edge. And with that, I'm forever grateful if I can bring the other crews up here to take a photo. And Mayor, thank you very much. And thanks to the council for recognizing them.
So Ryan, on behalf of the city and the city council, I'd like to present you with this plaque.
Thank you, sir.
And Garrett.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next, our next life-saving award is for Police Officer Brett Manis. Brett, can you come down? Oh, he's not here today? Okay. Well, based on, oh, yeah. So I'll let you talk to this, Chief.
Thanks, Mayor. So unfortunately, Brett Manis couldn't be here today, but his actions are definitely worthy of recognition, and I appreciate the City Council for recognizing that. I've worked for this city for many years, and I'm a firm believer that we have the premier fire agency in Los Angeles County, if not the state of California. And if there was ever a situation that required life-saving efforts, I would want the Redondo Beach Fire Department treating me, that's for sure. One of the benefits that we get as a police department from working with such a great fire agency is training. And they take time out of their busy schedule to make sure that all of our police officers have some basic level of training, because we have so many officers out in the field. If something comes up, we can at least hopefully get something started until they can get there. And that's exactly what happened in this situation. So on August 31st, 2023, at around 3 p.m., Officer Brett Manis heard a medical call come out regarding a civilian that was suffering a medical emergency. He was jogging and went down, likely having a heart attack. He's a motorcycle officer. He was in close proximity, and he was able to get to the scene very quickly. So he wasted no time requesting assistance and immediately starting CPR. From the time that Officer Manis initiated CPR until the patient arrived at the hospital, only a mere 16 minutes had passed. And it was it's impressive as far as the timeline for saving a life. It's clear that Officer Manis's actions were instrumental in ensuring the patient's survival, and it was noted in the fire department's follow-up medical report as a key factor in the patient's recovery, and I'm happy to report that he's alive and well today. And it's just a credit to our fire department and also our police officers for not only doing law enforcement, but also engaging in life-saving actions when it's warranted. So although Brett couldn't be here, I think it's still worthy of a round of applause for his heroic actions.
And Chief, if you wouldn't mind accepting this plaque on behalf of the council for Officer Manis. Okay, the last group we're here to honor tonight is our police department, some of our police department folks who received the highest honor, the Medal of Valor. So there were 5 honored, and we have 3 of them. I believe we have 3 of them with us tonight. 2. Well, I'll call them out. We'll see who's here. Officer Bushman, Officer Chedez, and Officer Rangel. Chief, do you want to talk?
Sure. So this incident's a little bit different, and it's probably one of the more stressful events that any police officer could handle in their career. Back in May, everybody tonight was recognized at the South Bay Police and Fire Memorial Foundation Medal of Valor Luncheon. And the Medal of Valor is an award that isn't given out very often. And these officers earned it in this event. On August 25th, 2021, around 8:20 p.m., Redondo Beach PD dispatch received numerous 911 calls regarding an unknown subject who was shooting at people down on the Redondo Beach Pier, and there were victims that had been hit by gunfire. Officers Bushman and Charis, who are here with us today, as well as officers McNeely, Rangel, and Sergeant Strassnyder, were the first to arrive on scene and formed a search team, not knowing where the suspect was at. Sergeant Strassnyder, who now is Lieutenant Strassnyder, entered the pier parking structure where he found the suspect who was in the parking structure armed with a handgun. After the shots were fired, the suspect ran towards the Horseshoe Beach area and right into where the officers' search team were, as they had entered the pier in an active shooter formation looking for the suspect that was actively shooting at people. Officers gave the armed suspect numerous commands to surrender, but he did not comply and they were not successful. The officers then engaged the suspect with gunfire, immediately stopping the threat. 2 victims on the pier that night. Oh, here comes Officer Rangel, and fashionably late. Two victims that night did sustain non-life-threatening gunshot wounds and were transported to a local hospital. And several other victims were identified after it was determined that the suspect had been walking around indiscriminately pointing the handgun at them as well and firing rounds onto the pier and into the parking structure. So what I wanted to mention here is that one of the things that I talk about often is the type of training that we get in the police department. We pride ourselves on having what I feel is incredibly progressive training that helps us be prepared for situations like this. This is one of those very high risk, very low frequency events that you could spend 30 years training for and maybe never have to encounter. But when it happens, you don't have very much time to prepare for it. You have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. The actions of these officers here and the other two that aren't with us tonight, I can assure you saved lives tonight. That person was indiscriminately shooting at people on the pier and had already shot 2 people. If these officers didn't immediately act and step in to stop that threat, I think that more people certainly would have been injured. And for that, like I said, the Medal of Valor isn't given out very often, and these 3 officers behind me are absolute heroes.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, officers.
The council?
Good job, officers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great work.
Thank you.
Your service,
I'd like to ask you all to stand and respect, please.
Great work.
Thank you. Thank you. You can sit down, thank you. Okay, any announcements from the council? Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, a couple of things here real quick. Unfortunately, I was out of town this weekend. I'll get to that in a second. I missed the South Bay Greek Festival at the Greek Orthodox Church on Nob Hill there. I heard it was a wild and huge success. The mayor was there. I'll let you speak about giving them a plaque. I want to thank them for putting that on, all their volunteers. I heard it was a big event and they had a great success with that, so congratulations to them. I was gone this last weekend, so I also missed my community meeting, my normally scheduled community meeting, which is at Altavis at 9:30, and I rescheduled it for this upcoming weekend at 9:30 at Alta Vista, same location, same time, just a different date, just moved it forward. So you can come on down then. And then I also have my online community meeting Monday night at 6:30, and that's streamed on Facebook in addition to being on Zoom. So come on down for that. We'll have some slightly different topics. The Saturday community meeting, I'm gonna have our city manager there, Mike Wazansky, and he'll be going over the things that we accomplished this last year and moving forward, more so the moving forward of the big initiatives and things that we have to do getting done, and you were talking about some of them, or one of them tonight, and there's a lot on our docket. We're a busy council, we're busy staff, so really want to show that and showcase that. And the last thing I want to say is I was gone this last weekend because I was at an event called Summer Seminar by Independent Cities Association, ICA. I was a past president for that. And Councilmember Baji joined me for that. It was great to see you, great to have you there. It was great, talking with you. I met a lot of new electeds from across the LA County region, saw a lot of old electeds that I've known for a while. There's definitely been some new ones coming up, which is nice. And went to a lot of sessions, and I learned quite a bit. Learned how we could be making some money other than, setting out taxing and licensing and fees. We can actually start raising profits through, for instance, like our bus stops. It was some really interesting topics. And I was on a panel with Alishar Winder, Sunny Sultani, and Shukan, who they were the ones who put SB 9, the lawsuit, that complaint forward, which we won, which we were part of, City of Whittier, City of Torrance, City of Carson, and unfortunately Pam Lee, the the lead lawyer wasn't available, but, in speaking in part of that, really good topic, actually, I think, had a lot of meat on that bone. We also discovered really that other charter cities have a way possible to take advantage of this as well in a non-complaint fashion, non-lawsuit fashion. So it was really educational for all, and I really enjoyed it. And I want to thank the residents of Redondo for being able to afford us doing that, and for the city and the council for us being a part of ICA. It's a nonprofit, so it's really cool to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank Port Royal Marina, as well as King Harbor Yacht Club, and the residents of Spencer and the 100 block of North Irina for inviting me to their events this weekend. I really enjoyed Fun Fest. I enjoyed the Tom Collier, I guess it's a regatta, the cancer fundraiser. I think they've raised over $700,000. And the barbecue for Port Royal tenants, that was really well attended. So thank you for that. And there will be no District 2 meeting in July. We'll be back at it in August. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovic.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a great community meeting July 13th, last Saturday at Franklin Park. It was nice to see everybody. We talked about budget. We talked about upcoming potential bonds. And improvements to that park, actually. And then we also had 2 successful performances of Shakespeare by the Sea, one at Dominguez Park and one at Veterans Park this last weekend. It was amazing. I saw some really awesome picnics. Someone brought a pot of gazpacho. It was very impressive. And I really want to thank our Public Works team. Mr. Mike Klein really raised the bar on this. We haven't hosted an event at Dominguez Park before, and he pulled out all the stops to the point where we had, a lantern lighting the way for residents leaving the park and all of the Public Works trucks with their lights pointing in the path leading them to the parking lot. It was very impressive. Thank you, Public Works and Mr. Klein. And that's all I have. I look forward to next year's Shakespeare by the Sea. Obviously, Veterans Park was just gorgeous. The setting was amazing, and it was a really nice event. I know you were there, Mayor.
Yep.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nierenheim, for hosting us at ICA. What's special about Independent Cities Association is both the courses that they give, so we learned about bus furniture and other ways to generate revenue for the city, but also the collegiality between the council members. I sat with Hermosa Beach council members Ray Jackson and Mike DeToy, chatted with them at length about everything from e-bikes to fireworks, and then I got to chat at length with Torrance council member Bridget Lewis. We talked about the bike path around BCHD and other issues affecting the region. So really appreciate the opportunity and great talks there. Also,
Did you solve the bike path?
We did not solve the bike path. We agreed to meet for lunch to further discuss that issue. I wanted to announce a couple of new restaurants on the Artesia Boulevard corridor. We got El Tarasco last opened up and had an opportunity to have lunch with the city manager there. And also Ion opened up at Artesia and Aviation and had an opportunity to have lunch with Councilmember Barron there. So great things are happening, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no announcements this week.
Okay, thank you. I just want to reiterate that I had the honor of opening up the South Bay Greek Festival. That's such a great festival for our area, and this was its 60th year, so I got to present them a plaque for that. The mayor from Manhattan Beach was also there to give them a proclamation. So it was a very, very well-attended event. It was packed and lots of great food, so that was a lot of fun. And then thank you to Councilmember Kalajerovic for the Shakespeare by the Sea. I did get to attend the one at Veterans Park, and you're right, that was a stunning setting, actually seeing the sea in the background. I think we're probably one of the, if not the closest, one of the closest Shakespeare by the Sea's locations. So that was stunning with the pine trees ringing the stage and the historic old library right beside it. And the natural amphitheater was perfect for the venue. So I'm hoping to see that return next year. And for upcoming, we did have, as South Bay Parkland Conservancy did hold 2 El Segundo Blue Butterfly Walks last weekend. They'll be there this Saturday. Go to southbayparks.org to sign up. There's 2 different times you can go in the morning and then I think right at noon. So it's one of the few places you can park your car, walk a few steps and see an endangered species recovering right on our bluffs. So I highly encourage you to go out and see that. So thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll jump to blue folder. Oh, approve the order of the agenda. Does anyone want to move anything on the agenda?
I would.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to move N2 in front of N1, contingent upon our presenter arriving timely for that.
His current ETA is 6:45, so by the time we get through consent calendar and non-agenda items, I think we should be fine.
All right, I'll second the motion.
Okay, a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, so we'll move N2 in front of N1. Let's see, any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, we actually have a couple of blue folder items, and that first one is item H12 regarding ordinance number 3272-24 relating to repealing certain sections of the municipal code regarding the Historical Preservation, Library, and Recreation and Parks Commission and adding sections regarding the Consolidated Public Amenities Commission. It is a revised ordinance to be reintroduced with updates to reflect the effective date of October 1st, 2024, and then coming back to the council for adoption at the following meeting. Item J1, public participation on non-agenda items, has public communications. And item N1, discussion and possible action regarding pickleball play and court management in the city, and discussions regarding the installation of pickleball court lines on 1 or 2 of the tennis courts located at Alta Vista Park, have changes to closing statements of noise measurement test on page 19, as well as public communications. And that concludes blue folder
Okay,
items.
thank you. And that third one's 245 pages long.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we're going to the consent calendar. Councilmember Narenheim, would you like to pull anything on the consent calendar?
Yeah, I'd like to pull items H6 and H11, please. Real quick, item N1 blue folder, that did not come in as an attachment, correct? That came in as a link.
Yeah.
It's asking me to log in.
Yes, that's correct. The folder was too large, so we had to do it as a link instead.
Okay, I'll have to download that. Okay.
Councilmember Lowenstein, anything you'd like to pull?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalojurovich.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Nothing to pull, but I would like to make a comment as to 2 items. H9, folks, is a $285,000 contract for engineering and design services to expand the North Redondo bike path to Inglewood Avenue and design a terrace native garden over there. So that's going to be beautiful. I love to see Public Works advancing that project. In addition, H10 is for pedestrian enhancements, bike enhancements, neighborhood electric vehicle enhancements to get vehicles across Aviation Boulevard between Artesia and Manhattan Beach, which is very necessary because there currently aren't any stoplights there. So it's great to see that. Thank you, Public Works. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett? None. Okay, would anybody from the public like to address any of the consent calendar items other than H6 or H11? Okay, anybody? Oh. Saik? Anybody from online?
Mayor, we do not have any Zoom participants raising their hand, and no e-comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to pass the consent calendar items other than H6 and H11, which have been pulled?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have a few items to read,
Yep.
Mayor.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. We have agenda item H7, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2407-057, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring replacement of 16 light poles located along the beachfront walkway between Veterans Park and Nob Hill Avenue as repair and exempting it from bidding requirements pursuant to sections 19 and 19.1A of the City Charter of Redondo Beach. We also have agenda item H11, introduced by title only, ordinance.
H11 we pulled.
I'm sorry, not 11. And H12 is,
Reintroduction.
that's the reintroduce for first reading, read by title only, ordinance number 3272-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, repealing sections 2-9.201 through 2-9.303 and sections 2-9.1101 through 2-9.1203 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding the Historical Preservation, Library, and Recreation and Parks Commission, and adding sections 2-9.1501 through 2-9.1503 regarding the Consolidated Public Amenities Commission for first reading, and to be brought back to the City Council for adoption in the future meeting.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will go to the excluded consent calendar items, starting with H6, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So I wanted to bring this one to the attention of everyone. You know, for years that I've been up here, that Councilmember Lowenstein and I have been up there, it's agenda management, agenda video going live online has been, number one, complicated. Number two, unreliable, to say the least. And particularly when it comes to the video and audio, whether the audio not working, the video is not working, goes online on YouTube, or whether it goes on the cable. And we had our own agenda management system up here, which is, it is what it is. Last year, we put some money aside to do electronic voting. And, you know, agenda management, it's producing the agenda is difficult, getting it all together, getting it out there. And this is a whole new system. Yes, it's still owned by the company that is doing this, but it is a different system. It's a system that this company bought. And I wanted to highlight that this is a contract for basically $300,000. And we're getting a whole new agenda management system, video streaming, and additional services, including testing and training and assistance with this. And I wanted to maybe, since you're here, Mr. Cook and Madam Clerk, you each give a minute or two, talk about it for a second, know about the changes and the timeline and the rollouts and how we're going to be implementing this.
Okay, so I can start on the agenda management system. So it was sort of, one thing that was disappointing is that we sent it out to 16 emails. It went through our bid process. It was 7,500 looked at it, and we only got 3 bids back. And then 2 were in the cloud, so we looked at those 2. So it was very disappointing that we still couldn't get a lot, but it is what it is for an agenda management system. We looked at, we had an evaluation team, the city manager's office, the IT director, a couple of my staff, and we pretty much concluded that this was a little bit more bells and whistles. We liked the video part of it, which Director will speak on that. And, you know, we talked to a lot of cities that use both of the agenda management systems, and it was back and forth. But the training was really great on one meeting, which is Granicus. They just were good. The other thing is the portal. The council will be using portals, the web-based, so you can actually access the agenda, make comments, make notes. You can highlight, so you'll have that access and you'll be able to be trained by that. So I think it's a good choice, good recommendation. So Mike Cook can talk about the video part.
Yeah, I'm glad Councilman Nero pulled this item so we can highlight a little bit about how major this is. This really is a top-to-bottom replacement. And what goes on behind the scenes often isn't talked about or seen or appreciated. And it's everyone from the individual staff members who start making a staff report to the city's manager's office who has to spend hours editing and compiling these things. It's a lot of late nights for the clerk's office, and a lot of it is just due to the ease of use of the tools that we're currently using to assemble the agendas. So this really is a top to bottom replacement. It is replacing an interface that has basically looked the same for the last 15 years out of our current product and replacing it with something totally web-based, totally modern, easy to use, also easy for the council members to use to take their own notes within the system without having to have separate PDFs and losing notes in between different versions. All of that stuff is going to be so much easier for everyone to use. And then on the production side of the house, the audio and the video, and the show starts in here 2 hours before closed session. That's when our AV staff arrives to boot the room up. And 50% of the time, it might be big, might be small, we find something wrong. And sometimes that gets resolved before the meeting starts, and sometimes it doesn't. So being able to consolidate what is currently 4 or 5 different pieces of equipment that all have to work in concert and having a single appliance that does everything in one is going to be a big win for us. And then in terms of the public, easier to use. We're gaining a whole bunch of new services, and the big one for me is going to be transcriptions of the meetings, which can then be searched. So if you didn't quite catch an agenda item number, or you can't remember who said something or the exact verbiage on it, you can just go search for it and find it. Not only will you see the text, you can click the link and it'll take you right to the video of where it was said as well, so you can watch it in live action. So huge amount of improvements across the board there.
And then we're also going to have the last 5 years migrated onto the video service. So, and it'll be linked.
When will this come online?
So it'll be between 9 and 12 months. I know. I'm going to try to see if we can push it before our election. But if not, it's too much, and it'll be right after the election.
So to that point, I read that with the 5 years, we stream everything currently onto YouTube. Do we have a backup version here or somewhere that we have, or
We usually have discs. We have CDs still.
Okay.
So,
as it's just a backup. And
Yeah.
so the last 5 years, we'll be going to them, and they'll be also transcribing as well. Transcribing or just,
the last 5, no, going forward.
going forward. Well,
Closed caption going forward, which is the transcription of the meetings. The last,
Use AI to do it, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
Correct, yes.
Okay.
you can. So, but right now it'll be just migrating what we have now.
5-year data migration will be converted to Swagit with video links. Okay, so that's moving forward, not going backwards.
No, we're gonna include the last 5 years. We've incorporated in the quote, the last 5 years will be incorporated into Swagit with the video
Right,
and the links.
okay. So we are looking backwards.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. And yeah, to Mr. Cook's point, Director Cook, this is one of the things that starts off with an individual staff member, well, even as a council action, goes to a staff members, they assemble it, multiple different departments sometimes, puts together through the city clerk's office. When it's finally published, then every single member of the public gets to see it, and I don't think there's anything else in their product that has some type of a time lifespan than that, from creation to moving forward. So I really thank you guys for this, moving this forward. I think it's going to be a great thing.
Well, if I could add a couple things to it, this has been a long time coming. Appreciate the council's leadership on this. Councilmember Lowenstein and Naranine, thank you for participating in troubleshooting some of our options here with your tech backgrounds. It's much appreciated. I think we have come to a good solution. As the person who spends probably the most time getting the opportunity to review all the wonderful reports to get through our agenda, looking forward to some of the new tools, and anything we can do to streamline this process is essential, as this is the most fundamental tool that we have as it pertains to governance for the city. This really is where it all begins and ends from a public record standpoint. So very important, and we look forward to the new product coming online.
Yeah, this will be my 4th time implementing a new software, the data management system. When I became city clerk, it was all manual. So this is great. Thanks.
No, I'd like to say one thing.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah. I would just say, I don't know how many people here have cable TV. It used to be that people would watch meetings on cable. Now, most people don't. They watch streaming. They either watch YouTube or they watch streaming services. So this is enormously important that it's a step up, that the streaming services work, because otherwise people can't participate. A lot of people like to look at it from home. And, Councilmember Nierenheim and I actually did some due diligence. Hopefully, this company is a little bit better that they acquired. It seemed like we asked them some, relatively straightforward questions than the previous company that was servicing this, and I think the technology is a little bit better. But it's really important that people are able to watch council meetings, because that's a lot of people, that's their way of keeping in touch with what's happening on their street and their community. So I'm hoping that we hold their feet to the fire, make sure that it performs really well. But I want to thank staff for all the extra effort that you guys did in terms of making this happen. So between this and the new website, I'm very happy that things are on the right path in the city. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Would any member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Mayor, there is no one raising their hand online, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve item H6.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all for? Aye. Okay, motion carries. Item H11, Councilmember Nierenheim, back to you.
So item H11, this is the parking meters. Part of the budget this year was to raise the parking meter fees from $1.50 to $1.75 this year, and then $2 next year. And I just wanted to remind everyone that the only places in the city of Redondo Beach are in the coastal zone along the coast. So when you come down to the beach, you'll be paying a few extra dollars for that at the end of the day. And I was at the Riviera Bid meeting this morning, as well as many other places, and the question has come back, well, where else are these parking meters? And I said, it's only along the coastal zone, in the coastal zone. So, and the comment has kept coming back, well, what about the other areas that are heavily impacted? They should be impacted with parking meters as well. If we're going to raise revenue there, we should be raising revenue in other locations. And at first I was kind of against it. And they all reminded me that if this is about moving the ball forward, we should be doing this, and we have better ways than doing meters in the coastal zone. So I'll just say that I would approve this pending an action by the council to start moving forward on this agenda item to look into Artesia Boulevard, any other areas for parking meters. So that's it.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
If I may, I think I would love to see a need to put parking meters on Artesia Boulevard. If people were using, shopping there frequently, that parking was such an issue that we needed to regulate it, but we're not there yet. So I don't think that is the way that we're going to go. And I hope that this council moves to create more business on Artesia that would warrant parking meters. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, I second what Councilmember Kalajevic said. We looked at parking meters on Redondo. We got a budget response report. That's the means by which you can understand the cost and benefit. We realized that on Redondo, the connectivity costs of connecting parking meters on that street to the city's internet infrastructure would almost outweigh any money we'd get from it. So I'd remind everybody that we have completely free parking on Redondo. You do not even need to feed a meter. You can park there as long as you want until I think 2 a.m. or maybe midnight. Then you have to move your car, but you can go back at 6 a.m. and park it all day long. Likewise, Artesia Boulevard, do a BRR. Let's see what revenue would be generated. Last time we did a study, only 60% of Artesia Boulevard was actually occupied as far as the parking goes. So I'm not sure it'd be lucrative right now, but once we get it filled up, absolutely, all for it. Motion to approve, introduced by title or only, ordinance number 3273-24.
Second.
I think you mean Redondo east of Francisca, because west of it, there's parking meters along the entire Mr. Rechevitz?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I will make a substitute motion to approve item H11 and direct staff to come back with a report for the parking machines that we do, ticketing system for along Artesia Boulevard from from Aviation all the way to Inglewood, and to provide a report within the next 6 months with cost and potential revenues that's associated with doing parking meters along Artesia Boulevard.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's not on the agenda, though. That's a Brown Act violation.
No, it is. It deals with parking meters along in the city of Redondo.
Mr. Webb online?
It doesn't say where, it says the
I
entire
mean, it's
city.
okay, we can take a vote on
the
it.
ordinance.
Let's take a vote on it.
Management of the
First, we have to
ordinance.
get public comment. So does anyone from the public wish to address item H11 before we vote on this? Okay, anybody online?
Mayor, no one has their hand raised online. Actually, Mike Webb has raised his hand. Just a moment, please. Mr. Webb, you may speak.
Thank you. I raised my hand earlier, so I just
I
want to
apologize.
you're looking at it. It'd be more appropriate if you do it under referrals to staff, because this is a parking discussion. It's specifically introducing an ordinance that has nothing to do with Artesia Boulevard. So that doesn't mean you can't make the same motion under referrals to staff, but it's my opinion it's inappropriate.
Question, clarification on that. How about an amending of the ordinance on this particular item? That's what
You could amend the ordinance, absolutely, but
Okay.
that was the motion that you made.
Right, so I will amend my motion to amend the ordinance to include parking on Artesia Boulevard and also include the amount of revenue we could derive from that.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Just a clarifying question.
Well, the amount of revenue isn't part of it. If you want to do it, if you want to have discussion and talk about it further, that would be appropriate on referrals to staff. You want to amend the ordinance to include Artesia Boulevard or anywhere else, that is appropriate. So
Let me further clarify that to amend our current ordinance to include Artesia Boulevard for parking meters in a paid system.
Perfect. And then you can add
to that?
a referral to staff later.
Yeah, for the value.
Correct.
I will agree to that amendment.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yeah, clarifying question. So you want to add parking meters to Artesia Boulevard without even doing the diligence of adducing how much it would cost to do so, what the connectivity cost would be, or how much potential revenue it would generate? Is that right?
That'll be part of the
Part of
ordinance.
the discussion. We can't talk that discussion
But
right
you
now.
want to build it into law right now with this amendment to the ordinance and then have a discussion about it later?
Yeah.
Shoot first, think later.
No, we actually already have a BRR on
Okay.
this, so.
All right,
we
I
can
just
go
want to
back.
get clear on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll call on the vote on the amended second motion. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
No.
Okay, so that's 2-3, so we revert back to the original motion. All for?
Aye.
Aye. This was to approve
Councilmember Barron?
H11.
I'm an aye on the original motion as presented.
Okay. All against?
No.
No.
Okay, motion passes 3-2. Okay, that concludes the excluded consent calendar items. Is there anything you need to read?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And that is introduction by title only, ordinance number 3273-24, an ordinance of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 3, Chapter 6, Section 3-6.03 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to parking meter hourly rates for introduction and first reading.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll jump to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes, and each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and you only get to speak once during non-agenda items. I do have one card, so Ron Morocco, you are first.
I'm looking at the clock, which has started before I start. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I wanted to say a couple things. First, I want to thank Councilmember Kelly Rovitz for bringing to Dominguez Park the Shakespeare by the Sea. It was a phenomenal evening, phenomenal event. It was nice to be able to utilize that park for that purpose. So thank you for doing that. We didn't get to go to Veterans Park, but I know, having been on a leadership project where we're going to do a band shell, that is a phenomenal location for events. The second thing I want to talk about is, I actually prepared this before I saw your blue folder item. I thought that you were going to pass today 3274-24 dealing with the consolidation. But I did, I'm going to speak about it because I'm not going to be here next week, and I anticipate it's going to pass. So I've prepared a moment in Redondo Beach history, which I'd like to pass out.
Motion to receive and file.
So,
Motion to receive and file. Second. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
so the Historical Commission used to do a moment of history, so we would be able to give everybody an opportunity to learn something about Redondo's history. And we started in September 2019. In 2021, we changed it to call it the Albert P. Mendez Moment in Redondo Beach History because our chair had died during that time and we wanted to recognize him. And the last moment of Redondo Beach history on the Historical Commission agenda was April 19, 2023. This moment in history deals with the Historical Commission. You talked about the Greek festival. Well, the Historical Commission was founded in April 26, 1965, over 59 years ago. And it's when you go back to the origins, it's really phenomenal. It's the oldest non-charter commission that was formed. So when the rules came about, the ordinances, they had the Historical Commission. The first set of commissioners were Mrs. Frank Perry, who was the wife of the city attorney, Lillian Sweetser, who has a Sweetser house over at the corner over there, Andy Colmer, and Foster Day, who has a significant influence in the city. Mayor Zulinger appointed him as the initial chairperson. We have had, the first meeting was held on July 14th, 1965 at the Golden Hall Restaurant, which was on the Horseshoe Pier, and Effie Hopkins called the meeting to order. Important to note that there was a quorum for the Historical Commission at that meeting. It's grown from 5 to 7 to 10, back to 7.
30
So,
seconds.
Second.
I passed out to you a copy of the moment of history, and hopefully you'll have an opportunity to read it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on non-agenda items tonight? Okay, anybody online?
There's no one online? And one e-comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we won't have ex parte communications because we have no public hearings. Can we discuss N2? Are we prepared? Okay, so we will jump to item N2. That's a discussion about possible action related to the issuance of a bond to finance renovations in the city.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Madam Clerk, if you could pull up the presentation. All right, so the item before you tonight is a continuation of, or an additional installment of the public infrastructure bond discussion, which will also include FM3's voter survey data. And as you recall, on June 11th, council gave the direction to staff to engage in a voter survey, which FM3 conducted, and Adam Sonnenschein, who has arrived, will be able to deliver a more detailed presentation on that in a few moments here. And you also ask that we explore consolidating police facilities into a single location, and then also examine options that were available to reconfigure the fire resources to better serve the community. And so we looked into that. And Griffin, who had performed our facilities cost analysis, updated the numbers based on further data, as well as the consolidation of the police headquarters and annex facilities, and then the options to work with the fire resources and reconfigure those stations. And so here you'll have updated costs for both the renovation and new construction options. And option 2 and option 3, those columns are only different in that the police department headquarters facility is listed on the option 2 side, and then consolidating under the police annex side is on the option 3. So that represents the total project cost, but if you remember, similar to the first installment of the study, this is a pick and choose. So you could renovate some facilities, you could rebuild other facilities, or omit facilities altogether. So this is just that high level overview of what that cost analysis is, and we will revisit this later as well. And so as we looked at the fire facilities, the way that we priced out through this new update of the facilities cost analysis was to increase and rebuild Station 2, increasing its footprint, increasing it to a 3-bay facility that facilitated servicing 15 on-duty personnel each day. And Station 2 would then be able to absorb a ladder truck from Station 1. And then Station 1, the space could be reconfigured to accommodate additional space for additional fire administration office space, and then also house possible addition of an ambulance unit in the future. And so as we looked at this, and as I said, it's a pick and choose format. So we chose to do one iteration of that here. And as I mentioned, we can renovate, construct, or exclude facilities. And the option below includes rebuilding fire stations 1 and 2, renovating the police department facilities, but this specifically excludes public works yards and city hall, but that doesn't have to be the case. We just did that for, exploration of possible analysis here. And then we also added an additional 10% contingency just based on market conditions and availability of resources above and beyond what was included in that Griffin study. And so, and after Adam presents the survey data, we can revisit this and sort of get granular on what we want to include and where we want to go with these estimations and what the direction of
So the Griffin
council
study
is.
included 10%.
It did.
Contingency, and
This would be
adds
above and
another-
beyond it. Yeah,
Which
this-
I think is more realistic from a program management perspective.
Exactly, be almost considered a 10% programmatic contingency beyond the initial construction estimates. I do believe there were also CPI escalators, and Dustin is on the line, I believe, if we have specific questions for him, that address the timing of potential builds, as well as traditional contingencies for construction and unforeseen conditions. But given the way that we've experienced public facilities builds in the last few years, it certainly would be prudent to consider an additional contingency beyond that for posterity purposes.
And I'll just add, when I did federal facilities, we would add 25% margin for unknown unknowns.
Next slide, Lou.
Excellent. And then, so we will revisit this, but following the presentation of the FM3 results by Mr. Sonnenschein, we'll need council direction on whether or not to proceed with the preparation of a bond measure. Would like you to identify the city facilities you would like included if we go that route, and also determine the total amount of the proposed bond issuance. So at this time, I will pass it over to Adam Sonnenschein from FM3, and I'll transition to his report, but we can revisit these slides later.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. All right, Luke, do I go forward or you're going to set that up?
I have you up now. Madam Clerk, if you'd put that up. And then Adam, you should be able to go through it there.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members for having me and for the opportunity to share these results with you. Want to start with some of the demographic or methodological information about how we conducted the survey. This was done June 29th to July 3rd. We spoke to people who would be considered likely November 2024 voters in your city based on their past voting history. In other words, they're registered to vote and they would have an indication that they're likely to vote in this upcoming election. Did 438 survey interviews, which means you have a margin of error of basically plus or minus 5% for questions asked of everybody. And in certain cases, we've divided the sample to ask some different wording, and there you've got a slightly larger margin. We reached people in a few different ways. We did phone calls with live telephone interviewers on cell phones and landlines. We also sent email and text message invitations for people to take the survey online. They could do one or the other so people aren't double counted. And the online survey is protected so it can't be taken multiple times or shared with everybody's friends, and they can do it. It's a representative sample of the likely voters. We made the survey available in English and Spanish. You might see something that doesn't quite add up to 100%, and that's because we've rounded some decimal points. Starting with just voters' general attitudes, we asked about their opinions of some of the community agencies that are relevant to this bond measure, and we see extremely favorable opinions for your city fire department, 94-1. If we look at total favorable to total unfavorable there, with very high, very favorable numbers in the dark blue, 66%. Police department also viewed quite favorably, 81-13. Almost anybody would say, would be happy to have that number. It only looks lower in comparison to the nearly unanimous fire department numbers, which are pretty common for most communities, that fire is about 10, 15 points better than police departments in favorability. In your public works department, while people don't necessarily have strongly favorable views at 24% very favorable, those who do have opinions largely see the department positively, 74 favorable to 11 unfavorable. And then the city government overall is 65-20, so still more than 3-1 favorable, with a few more people that don't have an opinion about city government in a way that maybe they do about your public safety agencies.
How does that compare to other communities?
I think a lot of people would be happy to have 65-20, I can tell you that, yeah. Now, one of the caveats of having a city government that people feel like is going well is they may not necessarily perceive as strong of a need for additional funding, which is important for a bond measure. In your case, you've got just over half that see a need for additional funding. As you know, for a bond measure, you would need probably 2/3 and maybe 55% if a state ballot measure passes. And so you've got fewer people than that who perceive that there's a need for more funding. Now, this question is not specific to a bond measure or infrastructure or fire stations, police stations, or anything else. It's a more general question. But we do find the need to continue to educate the community about what your needs are, as they seem to feel like things are going pretty well. So that leads us into the questions we asked about a bond measure. We find that the best way to assess the viability of a measure is to put together a hypothetical ballot measure, the 75 words that somebody might see on the ballot, not to get ahead of you and what that would be, but we need to give them something to react to, right? It can't be just purely conceptual. And given that you had a lot of different priorities, which would result in bonds of different sizes and types, we felt the need to pick something. And so what we initially highlighted is a measure focused purely on fire and police stations. That is the language you see in front of you here. As you'll notice, there are some examples of sort of what the outcomes would be of those fire and police stations being upgraded or replaced, because we want to make sure that people recognize that it's not just changing a building, but that has some impact in terms of their quality of life. We also describe this as a $98 million bond measure, which would have an impact of $18 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. There's a bunch of legally required language that the city would need to have in this measure, which is all kind of in that second half there, as well as the fact that there would be audits and public spending disclosure. All the money would be spent locally. These are all important factors for voters to consider. In the initial reactions to that bond measure ballot question that I just showed you, we get 61% who said they would vote yes, compared to 32 who would vote no. So not quite 2-1, but almost, with 7% who are undecided. Now, that would say to us, if there is a measure that it passes in November, what's now Prop 5, to lower the threshold to 55% for these kinds of public infrastructure measures, your bond is in reasonable shape to be successful. There's some work to be done, but it's got a shot there. At 2/3, it seems like a harder lift for that measure that we just showed you. Now, that doesn't mean no measure could possibly be successful, but that specific one that we just described. One of the things that stands out to us as well is that there's a relatively low intensity of support for this measure, right? With 25% saying they would definitely vote yes, and again, speaking to the need for ongoing communication if this is something that the city wants to pursue. I mentioned earlier the importance of voters not necessarily feeling like there is a great need for additional funding. This slide sort of illustrates a bit of that point. Those folks who think that the city has a great need for funding, overwhelmingly supportive of your measure. Those who think there's not really a need for funding are overwhelmingly opposed, and those who don't know are a little more divided and don't even quite reach the 55% level. So it's important for people to be recognizing some more of your needs if they're going to be more open to this measure. The next section of the presentation deals with some of the priorities that relate to the measure, but also a little more broadly as well. Here we'd ask people to tell us how important these features or provisions are to them. Extremely important is in the dark blue, then very important. The lightest blue is somewhat important, and the orangey color is not too important. Gray is don't know. Some of these relate to specific features of a measure, and some relate more to the outcomes of what could happen if there were upgrades to your public infrastructure. At the top of the list is keeping Redondo Beach safe and clean at 82%, extremely or very important for your voters. Next, you see a few items related to firefighting and retaining recruiting and retaining qualified firefighters and paramedics. If you go down a couple items, providing sleeping quarters and shower facilities for female firefighters and paramedics and fire stations that do not currently have them, or improving Redondo Beach's ability to provide fire protection. All these, the range of 70% as high as 74% when we come to recruiting and retaining those firefighters and paramedics. You also see a broad statement about maintaining city services or preventing disruptions to city services. This is one of those times where we ask some different wording, both at about 70%. On the next slide here, where we're a few points lower, we see some of the items more directly related to police facilities, so recruiting and retaining qualified police, improving the city's ability to provide police protection, or updating the police station to accommodate technology needed to investigate crimes. These tend to be in the 60s as opposed to in the 70s. You see some other items here, some that are more direct infrastructure upgrades, like removing asbestos from some of those public buildings. And then here we get to look at some of the direct impact, like replacing 2 deteriorated fire stations comes in at about 61%, extremely or very important. Again, the outcomes I mentioned on the first slide, more important to people than the actual sort of building upgrades that would need to happen. And you can see some of the other specifics that need to happen at some of your public buildings, the removing mold, leaky roofs, earthquake safety, et cetera. Majorities would find those to be extremely or very important. They're not as important as some of the other outcome language. I mentioned earlier, improving city services at about 70%, maintaining city services at about 70%. Here you see improving them at 56%. Another indication that, for the large part, people are pretty happy with what the city's offering. Now, within the survey, we know that we need to simulate what may happen.
Could you go back one?
Yeah, for sure.
So when you add those up, you get to 61%. What happened to the rest? I know we've got some that don't know, but.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're looking at the top item on this slide?
Well, any one of them, they don't.
Yeah, so the 60, you've got if you look at the 2 deteriorated fire stations, you should have 26 plus 34, 60, it rounds up to 61 with the decimal points. The 25 and the 12 is 37, that gets you to 98. And then there's a little gray sliver there. That's don't know, but it's too small for us to put a number on it. It's about 2 or 3%.
So what's the rest of the 39? They don't care. They didn't answer, or they don't.
No, they're in the range between somewhat important, not too important, or don't know. They're in one of those 3 buckets.
Okay, I got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
I have a question for you, actually, related to this. So before you said definitely yes, or I guess you had a lean yes, right?
Yeah.
That was in blue as well.
It was, yeah.
And when you look at these 3, you have extremely important, very important, somewhat important. Actually, somewhat important is almost like lean to me. So it's really, to me, it's more than just 61%.
That's what I was.
It's more like 86%, because somewhat important is it's like a lean, right?
In a way, yeah. So this is where you can look at it in either way and interpret it how you want. I think one thing that is true is there are not many people who think these are not too important, that orange. For many of these, they're quite small. So yes, there's some importance there. They're not saying they hate these things.
Yeah,
just
only
17%
don't want to live in a place with, are okay living in a place with a leaky roof.
Yeah.
I mean,
It seems like a basic question, and I want to talk to those people, actually.
That's a question better than I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah.
So we wanted to also simulate that there may be information provided over the course of, the next several months. If you're having a measure on the ballot, it's not like the measure's going to get voted on and then no one's going to hear anything and they're going to vote, right? So they're going to hear some things. So we wanted to simulate what are the things they might hear and how do they react to that information, asking them if it makes them more inclined here to support the measure. And later we'll talk about opposition. We asked a few of these statements. We found the one that had the most impact was talking about some of the details of what's happening at the fire stations in terms of structural cracking, decaying walls, mold, leaky roofs, asbestos, et cetera, and that there's the need to make repairs there. And if we don't make those repairs now, it'll cost taxpayers more to do so later. Councilmember, speaking a little bit to your thinking there in terms of the leaky roofs, right? People get probably from their own homes, if they don't fix something now, it's going to get more expensive to fix it later. And 76% of the respondents said that made them more interested in supporting the measure. Talking about the condition or the size of those police and fire stations as it relates to the population now compared to when those were designed, we get 71%. Trying to connect the fire stations to the ability to respond well to 911 calls, it's about 70% as well. Looking at some of those same challenges for the fire stations, but putting them in the context of firefighters needing a healthy and safe place to work, doesn't quite get the same response in terms of intensity as the need to repair them or it's going to cost more later. Fiscal accountability is important to people. It's not the strongest message of all the things that we tested, but it is important at 68% with 38 much more inclined. And then when we tried to connect the need to upgrade police stations to crime and issues with crime locally, that one didn't resonate as strongly. We only find 30% much more inclined and 61 overall. Now, what happens in the survey is we re-ask the ballot question after we've provided people with that information I just showed you, and the intensity of support increases. We go up to 34% definitely yes, and the total goes up also to 64 to 30. So a couple points down on the no side, a couple points up on the yes side. This is now in a maybe more comfortable position for a measure that would need the 55% threshold, but still short of the 2/3 threshold, although it is within the survey's margin of error of that 2/3 number. So it would seem like even after providing that information, at least the way we can do it in the survey, which is people hearing it on the phone or reading it, not necessarily them seeing pictures and demonstrations of the conditions of those stations, but hearing it, it doesn't quite get to that 2/3 level. Now, we also wanted to make sure we provided information that's reflecting both sides' opinions on this, as we know some people won't be supportive of the measure. So we provided some information from opponents on the things that we think are likely to come up, and then we re-ask the ballot question. We find softer support at that point after that information with 58% yes to 35% no. Still above a 55% level, but within that margin of error of the survey. Okay. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the ballot measure we've been showing you was a $98 million measure for police and fire stations. There are other things you're interested in. This ballot question should be more reflective of all of those things. So it has the police stations, the fire stations. This is meant to include also the public works yard, which we're calling maintenance facilities, public buildings, meaning the Civic Center, City Hall, and acquisition of open space. This being, putting all those things together, we estimated it for the survey at $150 million with a $28 per $100,000 tax rate. This measure does not have the support at this time to go forward. It's got 42% saying they would vote yes to 49% saying they would vote no.
Does not have the support according to your polling?
According to the survey, yes.
Okay.
And that is for that measure that's got all things together at the cost level that I was just referring to. Okay. We then isolated each of the, I'll call them additional infrastructure priorities, the maintenance facilities or public works yard, the open space and parks, and the city hall upgrades. We gave people a little pro and con statement, right? Some people think it's a good idea to do this because of X. Some people think it's a bad idea because of Y, and then asked if they would support or oppose, including funding for these priorities in the measure.
what we find is a thin majority would support funding for the public works yard, basically equal on open space and parks between support and opposed, although I just want to be clear, we're not talking about, in the survey, about any specific location. And we found in the past that specific locations may drive opinions one way or another. And then City Hall has more opposition than support, which is a pretty common finding from other communities. People tend to be not so thrilled about spending money on City Hall upgrades. So a few conclusions, then happy to take questions. We would see that a $98 million bond measure for replacement or upgrade of fire stations and the police station tested in the survey, the way we described it in the survey, that could be successful in the November 2024 election, but the most likely chance for that is that the 55% threshold gets triggered because Proposition 5 is passed at the same time, right? And we don't have the crystal ball to tell you whether that's going to happen or not. That's something that would be another dependent in terms of the success of the measure. An expanded bond measure, one that includes funding for the Public Works Yard, City Hall, and open space, does not seem viable at this time, even at a 55% threshold. And based on the responses to the questions about those needs, it doesn't seem like any of them individually would add support to a measure that was based on police and fire. In other words, if you add more to it, that doesn't seem to be driving the numbers up. As with most local infrastructure measures, voters are more interested in the outcomes of upgrading public safety buildings than they are about just making the upgrades themselves. And city government has positive ratings, but that means also a relatively low perception of funding need. So I'll stop there and again, happy to take any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Obaji.
More for staff. We went from separate structures for police to now we have refurbished structures for police, but only the cost of a single new police structure. What happened to the cost of 2 separate new police structures?
I believe those did not change, so that data should remain the same as it was in the initial study provided by Griffin.
And was that taken off the table because it's, inadvised or undesired, and it would be worthwhile to do 2 new structures, or?
It was just a matter of study. So we had already looked at that in the initial review by Griffin. So the follow-up review was what was the cost to reconstruct in a singular location, studying both the options at really both the sites, and then just, again, comparing that back to the renovation costs. So we had that in a single document.
And you haven't added a contingency amount into any of these numbers, or there are built-in contingencies in Griffin's numbers?
Griffin and Dustin can opine more specifically, but Griffin's original estimates do include some contingency for construction, unforeseen conditions. It also includes some adjustment for inflation based on expected timing of execution or project execution. What we would also suggest, if the council does decide to proceed, is add an additional contingency, a programmatic contingency to the totals to give us more cushion in the event that we actually go out and pursue the bond, given potential larger unforeseen issues that might occur in the market in the next few years. But that isn't in Griffin's report. That would be in our tables. Luke's presentation provided one option and showed how we could calculate that figure depending on the type of facilities and the nature of the either renovation or reconstruction for that specific project.
And what's the additional contingency you proposed? 10%?
10%.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it.
Okay, any questions on the survey before we go to staff?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. So basically what I took away from this presentation in reading through this is that there's a lot of room for public engagement and education. It seemed to me that public doesn't really know other than the fire department, right? Just say it, the decrepit conditions that they live in should have been updated 20 years ago, the quote from the former fire chief. But they haven't yet seen the condition of, say, the public works yards and how that's literally falling apart over there, and even our city hall. Would you agree with that, 10-point swing on doing some education, and this said, as the survey said, doing some education, and people are like, oh, that's a point we want to go down?
Yeah, I think that education would clearly be important, even if you were pursuing a measure and hoping and aiming for a 55% threshold. I think it's a hard time for any kind of funding measure. It's hard for me to say, oh, that would be 10 points, or that would be 12 points, or 8 points, because how you do the education, how well it reaches people, how on message it is, that all those things could impact things. But it does feel like there is an opportunity to have a dialogue with the community about what the city's needs are, and particularly in infrastructure.
Right, that seems to be that hole there. So you have right here in conclusions with Prop 5 ACA 1. So if this passes in November 2024, future bond measures, we'd be able to get a 55% versus a 60-something percent.
That's right. And actually, our understanding, and we can always confirm, is that it would be measures passed on the same ballot would only have to reach 55%.
But we would have to make decisions based upon
67%.
what percentages that we're kind of looking for to help educate the public to get us to that point.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it seems, even if there was public survey data on the viability of Prop 5, which we suspect there will be pretty soon after there's an actual ballot label provided by the Attorney General, it's not a guarantee one way or another whether that measure would pass or not. And you're making decisions on placing this measure now for November without the benefit of really knowing, do you need 67 to win or do you need 55 to win?
We're making $100+ million bet question to the voters, and they want, we need to have some certainty, and they want to have some details and education to go along with it. It'd be easier for us to, when it comes to local infrastructure, I'm seeing this as public has seen that positive ratings on the way the city council and the government here is moving forward in the community. But they also would want some more information if we go down the path of doing a larger ask for public works yards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for sure, if you're thinking of a measure that's going beyond fire stations and police stations, it needs a lot of community education. Because I don't think that at this point, people don't necessarily see the prioritization for some of the other infrastructure needs we're talking about.
Okay, that's it. I have for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Lawrence?
Yeah, thank you. I would say, did you?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I would say we're really far off on City Hall, and we're pretty far off on Public Works yards. That's really, even at 55%, it's a heavy lift, because those numbers are baked in. I mean, City Hall, 42%, that tells me that people have strong prejudices against increasing funding for, even though it's needed, but it's so that I think that's a foregone conclusion. We don't know yet how Prop 5 is polling, right?
We
Just made
don't,
the
because
ballot, right?
what really is, I think, going to be important is knowing how the Attorney General describes it. That won't come out for a couple days.
You can bet that the building and trades unions and a lot of the unions will put a lot of heavy money into that, because that's something that's going to benefit them, which is good for us, right? And then they had taxpayers groups, the Howard Jarvises will vote it. So I would say clearly that that the 67 or the 73 million plus, again, 20% contingency. I know, and on the school district, we did our bond. I think it was 20% contingency, and 25%. It's pretty high. And the buildings some of them are WPA era, so they're pretty old. They were like 80 years old, some of them 78 years old. So we're not gonna have that issue. We have other issues with, asbestos and everything else. I would say, personally, based on this, I'm sure we're going to talk further about this, but clearly new fire stations are needed, and I guess you'll be talking about that. And what about two things? One is, if we've renovated the police station, is it big enough to handle this? Because it was built 70 years ago.
It's big enough between the two sites we have now. When we had all folks housed in the current station, the main station here at Civic Center, it was more than overcrowded. It was very difficult to operate. We have greatly expanded our room by moving detectives and quality of life and some other functions over to the annex. As the chief mentioned a couple weeks ago, not ideal to not be under one roof, but I will say having the space and capacity at the new facilities has been a great asset and benefit to the department overall. So we can renovate within the two existing spaces and continue to operate and function well. But obviously the consolidated station, if money wasn't an object, would be the preferred outcome.
Clearly. And then,
Can we keep it to the consultant first and then we can get to the staff?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
Anybody else have a question for the consultant?
I do.
Councilmember Calajavert.
Can you talk about how difficult it is to pass a bond like this on an off election as opposed to a presidential November election?
Yeah, it's a great question. So typically, we would say that when we look at who is more likely to vote for these kinds of measures, the folks who turn out at presidential elections tend to be more likely to favor these kinds of measures, whether talking about a bond measure or any kind of local revenue measure. And so going to a lower turnout election, whether it's a municipal election or a statewide primary or something like that, can be challenging because you have maybe a little bit more of a conservative voter base, a little more likely to be homeowners. In your survey, we found something that's similar to that, but there's some signs that maybe it wouldn't be as big of an impact. Part of that is that the folks who are less likely to turn out in some of the municipal elections, frankly, tend to be younger. And we didn't have huge support for the bond among younger voters. We had support, but similar to the support we had among voters who were 40, 50, over 60. So we also found that higher turnout voters, those who show up in every election, supported this bond at basically the same rate as those who vote less frequently. Still likely to vote in the November election, but maybe they're not going to show up in a municipal election or in a statewide off-year primary kind of election, right? There wasn't a statistical difference in support between those two groups in this survey. It is unusual.
So those findings are unusual.
They are. Typically, we would find younger voters vastly more supportive than others, people who are lower propensity voters more supportive than higher propensity voters. Maybe because this was a little more focused on public safety as a theme, that some of those higher propensity voters were more open to it than they may have been for in other cases.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the consultant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, actually, one more.
Last call.
Did you poll at all or test whether people perceive there to be a need for new structures versus refurbished structures, or if they have any sort of negative feelings towards new structures as unnecessarily wasteful?
Yeah, where we had tested the ideas of replacing versus repairing and updating, those two phrases didn't produce different results, but we did not explain repairing is X more dollars than repairing. So it may have been, if we got into that, it would have changed results.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Last call. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein, I
Sorry about that.
apologize for interrupting.
No, it's okay, that's fine. I just had one other quick question, and that is it a possibility when we construct these facilities to add solar? Possibly, because that would cut down on our operating expenses.
Yes, I believe the answer to that is yes. And certainly with contingencies and like, we could build that into the consideration. I'll have Dustin opine on whether or not that would be a significant cost factor in these various estimates, and or whether or not renovating versus reconstructing would either help or hinder that idea.
Okay.
Dustin, are you on?
I am, sir.
Oh, there he is. Did you hear that question?
Yeah, the impact photovoltaic.
Yep. Does that significantly alter your adjustments or projections here?
It really depends on the level of coverage you want to prepare on your facilities. I wouldn't say it would move the needle more than 10%, but ultimately you'd have to understand the structural considerations for renovations. If the existing structure can support that in the existing structure, or if you would move into parking lots with canopies over that. There's a lot of lot of ways to skin the cat, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
See, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich, are you
I'm
still
sorry, I
live?
did not.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, so if we could share 2B, I'd appreciate that, please. So first, let me say thank you to the city manager for getting us first discussion with our consultants, followed by this, because some things definitely sank in more the second time I heard them. I'd hoped to potentially, certainly fund a refurbishment of the Public Works yard, if not totally new construction of a Public Works yard. I am much more dovish, which is the opposite of bullish, or more bearish on our bond financing than I was when we first came out after seeing these sentiments, and certainly seeing all the uncertainty that exists in the world today and all the changes. I don't know where the country's going to be, where the community's going to be in November. So I'd like to be conservative. As city manager said, we need to get a win here. And a win of any number would be a big win when it comes to our public safety infrastructure. And heeding the message that we heard from our Police Officers Association and our Firefighters Association presidents the last time, they will go to bat for us, go to bat for the city to advocate for this bond if we make it a public safety bond. And as integral as I see public works to public safety, it's clear that the public may not necessarily understand that without a lot of education, which we may or may not have individually the funds or organizations, the funds to engage in. So I put together two little spreadsheets here. One is this top one here is the police department annex. Is 2B on the screen? Sorry, oh yeah, it is. Okay, sorry. The first one has the refurbishment of the police department annex and department headquarters, and then new fire station infrastructure, because we've understood that Fire Station 2 needs a bunch of changes, including new bays and potential ambulance bays. And that comes out to $67 million and change. The new fire and police structures, pulling up the old numbers that we were given here in the June 8th report, if we were to do new police everything, new fire everything, that would come out to $94,916,715. And then you can see the numbers on the right here with the 10% and a 20% contingency. So I'm open to either of those. I'd be interested to hear more from other folks about that. But as far as Public Works goes and City Hall and the police shooting range, I'll say this. This isn't the extent of our financing capabilities. The city can go and engage in lease revenue bonds later on after we do this to continue to fulfill our infrastructure renewal obligations and investments in the city. And I'm committed to doing that. And as for the police shooting range, I just was sitting with somebody today asking her about her feelings towards the infrastructure and the like. And, she expressed she wasn't a resident, wasn't super into the idea, wasn't interested in funding a police shooting range. I mean, we can phrase it as a training facility. I'm totally for a training facility in Redondo Beach. I just don't think that commingling it with everything else that we need to do to get you a new police and fire headquarters and stations is a good idea. And I'd rather reserve it for a lease revenue bond or other capital improvement investments. So.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Did this resident know we had a shooting range? Or did you
Yeah, no,
phrase
I'm
it
pretty
that-
sure.
Did you phrase it, would you support funding a shooting range?
I don't recall how I phrased it.
That's a different question.
I don't think I phrased it. I think she was cognizant of the issues at hand. But in any event, you can explain to people, sure, in an auditorium setting, we have an outdoor shooting range where kids at an elementary school hear the bullets and residents around the shooting range hear the bullets. Now, we need to put it indoors. It's going to cost us $5.2 million, but the federal government's going to match 90% of that, or additional 9 times that, or 8 times that. You can explain all that, but people
I'm
aren't
with
going to
you.
see that on the ballot.
I'm with you, and I am working hard, and I am very confident that we're going to get the funding regardless, so.
Okay, excellent.
I hear you.
And I'll say that if we don't, I will work hard to get the 5.2 million so we can match the federal
Just a
government.
Deal.
technical, you added 20% on top of your 10% for that first line there.
Did I? Let's see.
Yeah.
F9, oh yeah, that's right.
Be
Okay.
So there's an
114
error
million.
there, yeah.
This is quick right now.
There you go.
All right, so, all right, that's all. Thank you.
Can you send that around to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So, looking at my notes, couple of things, couple questions. How would this bond would be moved forward on? Say it gets voted on, it gets approved, and what are the next steps after that? Let's walk through that.
Yeah, so assuming it's on the ballot, approved by voters in November, we would then, after the election's certified, we would have the ability to pull in a bond team, a bond issuance team. We've already got our bond council in place. We have our financing group, to municipal support group. And then from there, we would ultimately need to hire or procure firms to support the issuance of the bonds. So as an example, the last team we had was a composite of KTS transactions, and we had 2 different outside bond firms, Stiefel and Ramirez, that helped in the issuance. And then there's a secondary legal counsel that's necessary from a checks and balances standpoint. So that team would be put together after the approval. There would be a process to select that team or procure that team. And then we would proceed with issuance. We may make determinations about the timing and tranche of the issuance, depending on how we plan to sequence the project. We will have some obligations on the timing of construction, but they're when we're talking about 4 facilities, it's fairly manageable in that respect. And then from there, we would need to bring on either a firm to help with the preparation of plans and specifications and the pre-engineering analysis, or contemplate potentially some type of a design-build agreement where we have a firm that helps coordinate all of those functions under one roof. So we would have options, but those options begin if and when the voters approve the measure, and we have the ability then to go issue bonds for funding purposes.
So, looking at these projects here, they all are going to have different timeframes, different timetables. There's going to be a lot of, we don't even have exact specs and plans for any of this. We haven't even talked about really, one, like what Manhattan Beach did very smartly, put together police and fire together in one, or separate them out, keep everything the way it is, refurbishment, exact costs on that, what we're getting, what about, I think you got your email, Councilmember Baji. What about, the prices here from 50 to 100 and, $50 million, $160 million. We're doing it all at once. Are we going to buy all these bonds at once? That just allows us to buy. And if we're not doing it all at once, how do we, how and when do we do these bond buys?
Yeah, we have some leeway there. We would want to issue the bonds in a timely manner when we know we could spend the funds associated with those tranches. If we, as an example, say we did an RFP process and we hired a master, sort of a large design build firm that would help kind of coordinate all the various projects. We would potentially be able to move more quickly with each of the elements, the 4 different locations. If we decide to bring on a firm to just handle design and then move towards construction management, we might sequence it. As an example, it may make sense to build 1 fire station at a time and 1 police facility at a time, so we have the ability to have other functioning units. All of these projects would require some type of temporary facility to help support functionality during construction, which is expected to be a multi-year process. So it will depend on exactly what we want to move forward with on a prioritization basis and how we go about constructing, whether it be a design build or a traditional public works contract with plans and specification development, and then construction bidding.
So I see us buying these bonds at multiple times, right? And these money is going to be sitting there in a fund. Will we be able to manage these funds? Where is this money getting it put into?
It depends on how we issue it. We would be able, typically, you're able to invest the proceeds. There's some limitation on exactly how long you can mature those investments. The Treasurer's Office, we sort of worked through this issue with the initial public financing, our unfunded accrued liability bond financing that we issued a few years ago. So there are some limitations on that. There are governors that control that. But typically, if you pull the funds in, you have some period of maturation and earnings, and then you spend. But the goal is to acquire the money when you're as close to shovel-ready as possible. Clearly, there's a significant pre-engineering and design cost on the front side of this for all 4 facilities that would require an immediate infusion of funds.
Do we have to do all these projects? Could these projects change if, as we move forward? Could we do other projects inside this amount?
No, it's based on your description in the measure itself. So once we commit to what facilities we describe in that measure, that's why the 2 polled questions were as specific as they were. We are committed to whatever is described in the measure itself. And ultimately, bond counsel would help us determine how broad that scope really is once approved by the voters.
So if we had an item in here, such as public works refurbishment, we could include that, or public works yards. We don't necessarily have to do an entire rebuild or public works updates. If we budget for, or police station, for instance, that's actually a big one. Police station, we completely new construction, but we end up not being able to do that. We could actually move money to a different ask that we have in there. So if we had an ask in there with public works, but we say we're gonna rebuild, and then police department headquarters, we'd say it says here $94 million, but then it's going to be way more expensive. We end up being able to do a refurbishment, and we'll be able to work with Public Works Yard as well.
So the narrative will set the broad parameters on what you can use the funds for. The amount of the funds is also obviously a cap, a hard cap. The bond itself and the measure itself does not necessarily tie specific amounts to each of the projects that are mentioned in the measure. However, there is the electorate reality where they are voting on this based on the city's commitment to build certain things. And depending on how much outreach and education and communication there is on the specificity of the use of those funds, I think we would largely be bound by whatever that narrative is, if not legally, certainly from a public policy standpoint.
So that's a really key thing, what you just said. Essentially, what we're going to be putting into the arguments for this particular, the title and summary, 75-word title and summary.
Yeah, we won't do arguments for. I think that's going to have to be somebody
Separate.
outside of the city.
Okay.
Well, a council member can do it.
As an
Councilmember could do
individual.
that.
As an
Yeah.
individual.
We won't be doing it up here on the dais, I believe.
Right.
But the bond information paperwork is going to have specific descriptions, or have descriptions,
Yes.
right? And so what we're looking for is an overall description and an overall amount in order for us to be able to move forward. And the more specificity we have in there, as we've learned from the bond, or from the public relations, and the more education we can have in there, the higher the likelihood of passing what we're going to be, what we need.
It might be helpful if Luke, if you could put up the initial draft ballot measure statement that was in the FM3 PowerPoint. I think that's effectively, I think, it's 75 word, whatever the minimum or the maximum wording is. That what you saw in that test statement, well, certainly the council will have final say on how that specifically reads. Many of the themes in there, this has been reviewed by our bond counsel as an eligible statement theoretically, but this is what you would ultimately be voting on come the 30th initially for introduction and then adopting on the 6th if we proceed, something like this. So we would come back with a statement like this, and ultimately, this is what would govern our amount and our use.
The $18 average number, it's been talked a lot about in the other agencies that are looking at doing a bond here.
Yep.
How did we arrive to that number?
We're using our municipal advisor firm that does this professionally. We hired them in June to do this work, and they ran a series of scenarios for us. This was the average estimate they had, assuming effectively a 5% interest rate at the time of issuance. Now, there's plus or minus in here. What we wanted to do is err on the conservative side. I think you could be more aggressive with this figure and assume a lower number. But again, out of fairness to the community and specifically as we test this with the public, we wanted the higher side of that average. But this is something we've tested with our outside consultant. We've asked them multiple times, does this number make sense? And this is the number they see in today's market. That market a year from now could change, absolutely could change. It could lower the number, could ultimately create a larger number. But as far as what's required for ballot purposes, it's a good faith effort by a qualified advisor to give you an estimate.
So maybe this is a question for political or a question, but we have to deal with on the November ballot 4 state bonds, environmental, clean water, schools, $14 billion on that. There's one other one. Then we have, I think, maybe 3. And then we have the county was doing they're not even doing it directly. It's the homelessness initiative from the 501c3 United Way. And I think they have one other one I want to say, possibly a fire one that's not going to affect us. And then we'll have in our own jurisdiction, we'll have the school district, which is asking for $298 million. 278 million, thank you, 278. And then the BC's health district, which might be asking for another 30 million.
Across the 3 cities, yeah.
Across the 3 cities. 10 million from Redondo, good point. How does all that factor in with all of us?
Yeah, I'll let Adam maybe opine on that more directly, but some of those opposition statements that we test, that critical statement that you referenced, it included some of that wording, the potentially $330 million of local bonds that could also be on the ballot, and that was part of the reaction that we saw from the community.
Yeah, thank you. It certainly doesn't help. We tried to, as the city manager indicated, tried to reflect that in the surveys as best we could, knowing that there's some uncertainties there in terms of even what was going to be on the ballot at the time we were conducting the survey. But I think that there's a chance that decreases support in a way that you saw in the survey, right? When we reflected that opposition back into the voters, we saw a dip in support. I think it also creates a challenge in terms of communication and outreach when there's a lot of things that are on the ballot.
Right.
And it can be harder to get your story through to people when they're also hearing from other local, regional, state causes at the same time.
May I ask a follow-up on that real quickly? Are people likely to favor local measures over state?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And so our March election of next March, we'll have 3 council seats, the mayor's seat, and the city attorney's position.
And city clerk?
No, just the
that's right.
city attorney's seat.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to cut you short.
Yeah. And other possible charter amendments as well. It's going to be a heavy ballot. We have a very heavy turnout in Redondo Beach, especially when there's a lot on the agenda, on the docket for them to choose from. So that would increase our voter turnout tremendously. Versus here in November, again, getting the word out to what we need to get out. I'm very cautious with the November ballot because of all those things I just mentioned politically, where we are, while we're on top of the ballot, we're on bottom of the mind. and we're going to be asking for a lot of money, and we have a kind of unknowns there, and I do believe that there's a lot of great education we can do for the voters. And I think your questionnaire really brought that aspect out, the questions, educating them. So 10% on some of those, right?
You're speaking in terms of change and,
Yeah.
and movement?
Easily,
Yeah, in some ways, yeah, in terms of the debt support, the strong support, yeah, we did see a 10% change there. I'm a little less in terms of the total support, but yeah, I think it's clear that there would need to be education and outreach for a measure. I think there's clearly pros and cons for looking at an election in March of next year or any future election. I would say probably the biggest is the benefit of time to do some of that outreach. If you're also in a lower turnout universe, maybe there's less resources needed for communication because there's fewer people to be targeted. On the other hand, as Councilmember referenced, you may be losing some of the natural supporters who just aren't as likely to show up in some of those off elections that are not, the presidential general election. So a little bit of trade-off there. That's hard to be specific and say one's clearly better than the other.
You're taking something very much for granted, and that is voter apathy when it comes to local elections. I ran a voting center. I was shocked on to how many people came in and vote for the President of the United States of America, and that was it. And then maybe they went one step further, governor, and that was it. The quicker you go down, the less they voted. And it was, again, and I looked at the data from 2 years ago, the even year, very few people end up getting to the local election. In fact, we had a higher voter turnout at the special election that we had in October 2022 than the general election in November 2022. So that was very indicative to me that these residents here pay attention to us. When we have something on just for us, it's a good thing. I don't think I have more questions for you. Thank you, sir. So when it comes to the details on to the...
Let me jump in here. What you're looking for tonight, you're just receiving and filing, correct? Or are you looking for direction?
We're looking for direction. I mean, if we can
if I read what you're asking for in N2, it says receive and file.
Yeah, that's just the title. So it's the discussion of possible action part. If we could pull that PowerPoint, Luke's original PowerPoint back up. Really, it's three things. Are we do direction on whether or not we begin preparing the ballot measure statement? Because remember, for us to move forward here, we're going to need to draft an ordinance
I got it.
effective July 30th. We need to decide which facilities and we want to include and in what amounts. That's really what this comes down to. Once you give us that direction, if the council decides to move forward, we would have a draft ballot measure statement and ordinance for introduction for consideration on July 30th. While we won't have all of you here, if you want to talk more about this next week, we do have that option. But out of fairness to Councilmember Lowenstein, we need as much direction tonight as we can get for the 30th.
Thank you. So I'm sorry I interrupted you there, Councilmember Mayor.
No problem, Mayor Light. So, a couple years ago, we did a parking structure study for the Riviera Village, something that would really derive revenue for the city of Redondo. And that ranged anywhere between, with contingency, 10%, 15 million and essentially, what is this here? 15 and $26 million is what the range was for a couple hundred extra spots, actually, and would provide a significant amount of more revenue for the city of Redondo. And the Riviera Village businesses actually paid for this. And in looking at these public infrastructure upgrades, quick question on this a parking district. I saw we used to have one in the harbor, I believe. We could go, what's the likelihood of us going for separate bond measures on the same ballot?
Well, there's a couple options with the parking district. That potentially could be issued as a lease revenue bond because you are generating potentially new revenue that can be used to help pay for the debt service associated with the construction costs. So that wouldn't necessarily be an ad valorem tax. a property assessment on residents, right? So you'd have different options there. You could go to the voters and say, hey, would you like to support us building a new parking structure in the village? I suspect, based on what we saw from some of the polling,
We're not really agendized.
it's not really.
No, I want to know our ability to break some of these things off into different pieces.
Yeah, and you could consider that as a public infrastructure conceivably in terms of something you would bond for. Obviously not something we have flushed out to date. But in that scenario, you've got revenue that could be assigned to the debt service cost. That's different than what we potentially have here, where we're pursuing an ad valorem tax, where we're asking the residents to help us pay for these facilities.
So non-revenue producing infrastructure.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got right now.
Okay, I got nobody else from the council. Any? Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, sorry, I should have. I'm in favor of moving forward with this, and I think that the question really becomes the 4 facilities, Firehouse 1, Firehouse 2, Police Annex, and headquarters, really comes down to the either replacement or rehabilitation, modernization of the police. Those, to me, the others have fallen off. I think we jeopardize passing those 4 if we start adding other things in, whether it's Public Works or City Hall, whatever. So I think we need to come to some type of action here and decide, do we want to go for the 114 million as Zane had identified, or I think it was 88 million, I want to say?
104 or 73 with the.
No, I'm talking about the 10%, additional 10%.
Right, with the 10%, 73.8 or 104.4.
I thought you said there was a 10% and additional 10%, so 20%.
That's just 20%.
Yeah, it's a 20% contingency versus the 10.
114. 114 or 80 million, right? Those are the 2 numbers.
At 20% contingencies.
Right, I think that's what we're talking about.
There's already 10.
Yeah, that's 20 on top of the 10.
30% contingency.
Yeah, but you also have to have, I mean, the soft costs are built in here as well, too?
There are soft costs. Dustin, you want to quickly cover, if you're there, what's built into these estimates so everyone can understand that?
There's a good table in the.
There is in the attachment. It'd be good. Quick review, Dustin, if you could, what we've got in there. I know PS&E, pre-design, pre-engineering, some assumptions for environmental delay, et cetera. You want to go through those quickly?
Snapshot, it includes all project costs for this level of estimate. It's essentially ROM cost, dollar per square foot, but the assumption is that those dollar per square foot figures for construction costs include design contingency of anywhere between 10 to 15%. We've included escalation, as mentioned, to the midpoint of construction for these projects. And then we've also included a 10% course of construction contingency for things that happen during construction. They're more likely to be unknowns as we do renovations, but both of those 10% has been applied to all projects. And then on top of that, we've included a 5% contingency for soft costs. So there's some padding in there, just given the conceptual nature of where we are right now.
Okay.
So the bottom line is, if we add we're talking about an additional 10% then?
Yeah, I think it would be prudent at minimum to consider that. Dustin, do you have any comment on, obviously you've built these estimates with the assumption that we've had the generally described contingencies built in. These are order of magnitude estimates. Would you call it prudent to add 10%? Would you suggest that we consider more? Is there anything in your professional opinion we should consider?
I think renovations always require a higher level of contingency. So those, to me, would be the more cautious elements that I might increase the contingencies even further. But, given the coastal condition that you're working in and, possible water table issues, these are all based on kind of perfect conditions relative to soil elements. And so, if you had to change structural systems to something, very robust and expensive, that could certainly eat up into your contingencies as well. So I think, 10 to 20% is a prudent addition on top of these, just given how much we don't know right now.
So maybe 10 on the new construction as a programmatic extra, and then 20% if we choose to renovate? Is that?
An additional for rehabilitation. So basically what I'm looking at Councilmember Kaljorovich's spreadsheet from Mr. Abaji is 80.6 million for renovation of the police facilities. To new would be 104.4 million for, that's a 10%.
No, 73.8 million for 10% contingency.
No, but he said if you do rehabilitation, he would add an additional.
So if you use your 20% calculation for the two facilities in that breakdown that are being renovated or proposed for renovation, those numbers go up a touch at those sites, but not necessarily would we build 20% in for the contingency on the new construction.
Okay. So 20% for rehabilitation, 10% for.
That's not quite right. 'Cause
I'll come up with the right
So maybe,
number.
well, I think if you light up your
Jim?
screen, Councilman, we could probably.
Yeah.
I'll come up with it. Give me
Okay.
1 second.
While we're waiting, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with a lot that's already been said. I won't repeat it. What was clear to me from the presentation, and it's consistent with what I've heard and what I've seen, is this is going to be close. This is not a gimme. We may need 2/3 of the community of the voters to vote for this thing. Passage of Prop 5, ACA 1, it's clear. We don't even have data on that. We can't bank on 55%. So I think we need to be cautious. Somebody had mentioned conservative. I agree with that. Fire Station 1 and 2 new construction seems absolutely essential. Renovation of the police department headquarters, some renovation of the police annex also seems very important. And with respect to the new construction, I think the city manager and Mr. Alamo, who was on the line, made it clear that, hey, we probably need a 10% contingency for that new construction on top of what's built in, and possibly an additional 20% for the police department annex and headquarter remodel. So that would take us from 23,482,630 for the remodels. You add 20% to that, we're at 28,179,156. And then we add in 73, 885, 180.
Can you show N2, I mean 2B? It should reflect what you're.
Yeah, so these two numbers added together are 28,179,156, as you said. And then these two numbers, so you get this, as your total, 76,233,442.
Yeah. I think that's the number unless the city manager thinks we're overlooking something. We can't ask for it all. I'm okay if you're recommending we add that extra 10% contingency to the remodel.
I think it makes sense. Given that if the council is specific about these 4 facilities and that's the communication that we're giving to the community, I think the extra contingency makes sense. I think there's good basis for that. And I don't see the extra couple of $1 million at the 2 police facilities really moving the community's needle on this. I think being prudent and making sure we have sufficient resources to complete the construction is important in that calculation. If we were adding all the other facilities and considering other things, then that level of specificity might need to change.
Understood, but with respect specifically to the contingency, you think it's prudent to add an additional 10% onto the remodel, which would put us at 30% contingency.
20%.
At 20, it would put us
at 10 built in.
It would put us at 20% for new construction, and it would put us at 30% for renovation.
30%.
And I think what we would probably do from an engineering standpoint is put it at 25%, but I don't know if Andy's here, but I could hear Andy whispering in my ear.
Look, and I apologize
It never
for not
hurts to
asking
have
about this
30% of
earlier offline.
contingency. No, these are great questions. And on a renovation figure of that order of magnitude, I don't see the extra 10% being problematic. I don't know,
So
Andy.
bottom line on that, if you can speak to it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm never going to turn down more contingency if you're offering. I do think that Dustin's contingencies were for various elements. So just the construction piece was 10%, not the whole package. The design had a number, I think you said 15%, or I don't remember, Destin, I don't have it in front of me. But so I think to say that we're at, 5, thank you. I don't think we're a full 30% over our estimate when we add these extra things in. I think it probably averages out to a number closer to low to mid 20s, all things considered. So I think that's a reasonable approach.
A reasonable
at this
approach.
point.
Okay.
And Dustin's right. There's so much we don't know right now.
So much we don't know. Okay, thank you very much,
And
Director
remember,
Witty.
it's not our decision, it's the voters'
Well,
decision.
and that's my next question for Alan. We're talking about an extra $3 or so million, the difference between 73,885 and now we're at 76,223. Based on everything you know, your institutional knowledge of what have you, do you see that as insignificant? Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think that would matter.
Okay. Those are my only questions. I'm ready to make a motion subject to
Can
input
I-
from the public.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Question.
Let me go by.
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Sorry. I agree with you on being conservative for this. One thing that we might want to do is do a new police headquarters and a modernization of the annex. So that would give us more room for a lot of the administration and the other things that happen within the police headquarters. And that way we would, keep under the threshold that we're trying to look for. Because it's clear that, I think the building, the annex is from the 70s, I want to say.
Yeah, it's not quite as old as the main station.
Main station is clearly small footprint, and it's from 25 years before that, probably, if I had to guess. Early 50s. So, I mean, that's a possibility as well, too. There's something that says you have to do both or the other, right? You can do one or the other.
If we expand capacity of the police station here, do we have parking to absorb that added capacity?
It's tight. That's part of the reason that, and I somewhat foreshadowed this a month ago. It's part of the reason that commingled station is as expensive it is, because it requires multiple decks of parking. So we have some capacity for growth probably in that respect, but not a ton. The goal really is, and I don't think, if at the end of the day we set these numbers and we talk about renovations, how we ultimately spend the money between the two sites is yet to be determined. That we're not going to say in the bond that it's $28,764,000 for Station 2 and it's only $10 million for the annex. It's going to be a blended amount. We're going to reconstruct the two stations and renovate the other two facilities, and we'll get to choose how we allocate those resources at the time. So we'll have some flexibility, to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, if we get there, if we're fortunate enough to get there.
If we get
Yeah.
the votes.
Anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Can we, Councilmember Lowenstein, interesting idea. If we do that, it comes out to, and we build in the 20% addition to the police department annex refurbishment, it comes out to 93.348 million. But can we hear from the public and the police chief actually on that, please?
Well, do you want to talk to the police chief specifically? Because I have cards for the public.
Sure, I guess I'll start with the police chief. Can we hear about the idea of, which one needs to be replaced first? The police headquarters or the police annex?
Well, the annex does not have a lot of essential functions in there. We just house people there. Where the main police station has the jail, which is a type 1 jail, which has a lot of requirements by law. We have our full communication center where all of the 911 calls go. There's massive amounts of infrastructure in order to have a communication center. All of the records facility, our property and evidence storage with our giant safes and everything where we keep evidence for trials. So the main police station was designed to be a full-service police facility when it was built in, I think, 1954, and we outgrew it. We've been functioning in this capacity since I started. I started here 30 years ago, and we already were split between the main station and the annex. The units and divisions that we have housed over at the annex, we could put in any commercial facility because it doesn't have those essential components of what it takes to operate a police department.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope. That's it for the chief.
While we have the chief, anybody else?
No, those are
For the
mine.
chief, thank you, chief.
I have one more question for our consultant.
Go ahead.
So with this discussion of potentially doing a new police headquarters and renovating the annex, we're looking at a difference, that would be $93 million and change. And the other where we're completely upgrading, replacing the fire stations and just renovating the police stations. The difference between those, 76 million and 93 million, when it comes to polling, in your experience, what's the swing?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I wish there was an easy answer, like
Of
$5
course.
million is a
Yeah, yeah.
point and $10 million is 2 points. It's not quite that simple. I think what would matter is less the bond authorization amount and more the tax rate. And the lower bond authorization amount, I would assume, would come with a lower tax rate. A couple dollars might mean a point or two, but it's probably not going to mean 10 points, right? You know, 'cause the difference between I guess we tested 98 million, you're looking at 93 versus 76. If my math off the top of my head, you're at about $14, maybe $15 per. I don't think it would mean a major difference in support from what we tested in the survey, but you're close. So any little points that you can pick up would be helpful.
Understood. Thank
So
you.
at roughly the the $76 million figure, just below that, we're just over $14 per $100,000 of assessed value at that total amount. Versus the 18 at the 98, we're maybe 17, 17 and some change.
And 104?
That's going to go up beyond 18. Now you're close to, well, 18 and a half, close to 19.
At 100 million, it's $18.70.
Yeah.
So
1950.
You said the 93 was probably 17?
Do we have the 93? We've got the whole spreadsheet. If you want to.
we don't have it at 93. We just have we have 98, then 75 is the next figure below, which is the 14. So it's moderately below that 18.
It's a-
Thank you.
I'm going to open up to the public at this point. So I do have one card. Officer Carlberg, you're up.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Robert Carlberg. I'm the president of the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association. The RBPOA stands in support of a bond measure for public safety facilities. We fully recognize all of the infrastructure problems in the current state of many of our public buildings, from City Hall to Public Works to the Parks Building, everything's in the state of disrepair. It's been inaction, half measures, and kicking the can down the road by previous councils over the past 30+ years that's gotten us here. As you all know, the current police station is 7 years old. It's so old, there were only 48 states in the union when it was opened. Spending $20 million will certainly help. But for how long? Is the expectation you can extend the life another 15, 20 years? Maybe hope it'll go to 100 years old? You can't keep putting lipstick on that pig. A little over 15 years ago, a study was done to build a new station where the annex is now. The cost for a modern station at that time that met our needs was $38 million. And now it's ballooned to 95. What do you think it's going to cost another 20 years? Now's not the time for more half measures. As stewards of the city, it's your job to do what's best today with an eye as to what's best for tomorrow. The police department needs to be under one roof. I urge you to put forth a bond measure that addresses problem solving and just not can kicking. We're committed to working with the community and educating them and advocating on behalf of this measure. I appreciate the very tough decision you have to make, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's not clap in between. Any other member of the public wish to speak on this item?
Good evening, Georgette Gantner, District 2. I hope this goes through because, infrastructure is so important, and especially for, police and fire. I wondered, just curious, how many people were polled for this?
438.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully the final measure will be specific to the same thing with beach cities. They're not, I say the same thing to them. It will be specific so the voters can understand exactly. And also, the other thing that happened, I remember with the school bond, is that it takes a while to finish all these projects. Is there a way to say, when the contractor gives an estimate, to say, that's it. You know, you can't go, it just keeps spiraling. I mean, is there a cap on that? Is there any legal way to put a cap? Because then I know you've got 10 to 20%, I'm listening to everything you're saying, but that's just so frustrating to see all that, you know, I know everything's gone up, everything's gone up. It's like, well, build it in on the first estimate. I don't know, I find that frustrating, but hopefully it'll be, you know, fixed, whatever. What was this? Anyway, yes, so hopefully things work.
Can I ask a question? Which do you support? Do you want all new facilities for all public safety? Do you want public works?
I'd say the difference between 73 and 98 million sounds huge, but when it comes down to the actual assessed values, maybe you go higher because, yeah, it's been a long time. Oh, I know the other question I had is, does this also address exteriors or will it only be interiors? Will there be another bond issue that'll come along maybe in 5 or 10 years where they say, now we have to fix the exterior of the police station?
Rebuild it.
If you rebuild it, it's the exterior. If you
Okay,
renovate
so
it,
then
you
the
know,
higher rate would include the exterior. So then.
Well, that's the whole, you scrape the building and start over.
I'd say then go with the
Renovations
extra.
include architectural enhancements as well.
But it's not a whole new outside.
Not a whole new, but there is architectural treatment enhancements.
It'd be
Yeah,
painted and new windows.
I'd be glad to answer your question about, like, for example, the school district.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're all frustrated looking at the people mover at LAX. It's now adding another $500 million we're talking about. It keeps going up. The key to this is getting it done quickly
Right.
because of inflation. And with the school district, it was on time and on dime. It was done, and it's up to us and staff to drive this.
Right.
In terms of this, you can't, no contractor will sign an agreement that would potentially risk their business if raw materials prices go up or anything like that in between the time it's designed and when it's built. So you can't do that. It's just not likely. But it's important to get things done quickly. Time is money. So, you know, whoever's
Exactly.
here on the council, well, then I won't be here by then on the council.
Yeah.
Then it's up to them and the staff to push things further.
So what is the duration of, if they were
Let's
to
not
say?
ask questions back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, can I just ask that what the duration is?
30 years.
Of the bond or the construction?
No, for the construction.
Oh,
5 years?
4 or 5 years, okay.
We don't know.
Any other member of the public wish to speak to this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. Today is your lucky day because I went to the Torrance City Council meeting, but it was over fast. So some people don't understand why I'm here. I used to be a resident of Redondo Beach in the good old days, you know, when people could afford to buy houses here. Anyway, it's very unfortunate you have to rebuild the police station and other infrastructure facilities. But my daddy always told me, if you don't have the money, wait until you have the money, and then you have it done. It's very easy to have bonds and have the people pay it back. You know what I mean? Just like Torrance took out a $350 million bond, and now they are in the hole $600 million. And who pays back the money? The taxpayers. So it's a very nice thing to release bonds and bonds measures, and taxpayers has to pay it back. Do they have the money? Do they have the money to pay that back? I don't know. But I'm not going to pay this. I just know that, like, they released the school bonds in Torrance, and I'm paying $800 extra in my property taxes, and it's still not paid back. But anyway, so I don't want to use up your time. I just want to let the public know these bonds are loans, what the people has to pay back. And the other suggestion also, you don't have to do everything at once. You know what I mean? Do the things what most important first. And that way, you don't have to go $100 million bond or loan, just do 20 million. And when you paid it back, do the other one. You know what I mean? Anyway, I yield my time because some of your members don't like if I talk 3 minutes, and I don't want people lose their 3 minutes like in Torrance, 1 minute in Torrance, and you cannot even come up to the podium. So thank you, keep up the good job. I just try to help the people to be able to stay and live happily in the city of Redondo Beach, because all my relatives had to move out. They were born here and they cannot live here. They cannot afford the city anymore. Thank you very much.
Anyone else care to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
There's no one currently online with their hand raised? No e-comments.
Councilmember Obaji.
So Chief, if I could get you back up, sorry. Thank you. Chief Hoffman. How dire is a renovation of the annex? How necessary is it?
Yeah, it's in poor shape, for sure. It's an old building, and it was, we've had the bottom floor for over 30 years. The top was, I think it was the Chamber of Commerce when I first started there, and then we ended up doing a property swap, and we moved in. So the structure itself is fine, but I know that there's a lot of issues with the HVAC, electrical problems, things like that. The building's run down, it's old, and there's a lot of people working out of it. So, but again, it's basically office space. There's no jail, there's no dispatch, there's no secure evidence storage or anything like that. It's basically office space housing the Special Operations Bureau of the police department, which accounts for about probably 60, 70 people.
Thanks. All right, thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Anyone else for Chief Hoffman?
Actually, I have a quick question for you. This was brought up last time regarding combining the two locations into one. How do you feel about that? And
Well, as I mentioned before, I think that that's ideal, just from an organizational efficiency standpoint, to have everybody under one roof. Based on the nature of law enforcement and the way that the interaction is essential for the way that we work and having close proximity to records, evidence, jail, all that stuff, it just is the most desirable way to have a public safety facility. Having said that, I understand that there are challenges based on the limitations with what's being considered for the bond with doing that. And we have been able to function in the two separate buildings for over 30 years, but that's been out of necessity. It wasn't our first choice. So that's the ideal position, would be to have one facility.
I know there was a request a few years ago to rebuild the police station for $30 million. Was that to house everyone in one location, or was it to house?
It was. That was one complete facility on the site of the current annex that was designed for the entire police department. Having said that, the police department has grown a little bit since then as we continue to add positions. And I know that when I've spoken with the consultants, they determine the approximate size of a public safety facility based on a square footage per sworn officer, and then everything else kind of falls into place. So as we continue to expand based on community need, we're going to run into those same types of issues with the size of the facility. So that facility likely was designed for probably a slightly smaller organization, but it was for the entire police department.
Okay, and how many years ago was that again? 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 12 years ago?
Probably
15?
longer than that.
I want to say the report was either 2010 to 12, somewhere in that range. I think it might be 2012.
Okay.
That's why you don't wait.
That's it, thank you. Yeah, that's all I have for him, yes.
Councilmember Narenheim, your name's up here. Are you still?
Yeah,
still
no,
on the
I put it
floor?
back up, thank you. Can I get the Public Works Director down
you
here,
back
Mr.
up?
Wingy? So the last time I took a tour of your facility, the last time I was there was just a few months ago, the whole yard, and I took a tour of the entire facility 3 years ago or so. To be honest with you, I was pretty shocked in condition where the vehicles get fixed It was old, it was falling apart, it was old beams, it was broken concrete, stuff all over the place. Hey, listen, I'm just be honest with you, Mr. Wingy, Director Wingy, it looked like, it looked like you would walk into something alongside the highway out in the desert. And it's not because of anything that you guys have done, it's because it's what you are able to accomplish and do. And facility is original, essentially, with no major improvements.
Right.
I personally would put it under critical need to update. Critical being a full replacement. How much more efficient would you be able to operate if you had a newer facility? Like broad stroking, being able, like for instance, our fire engines, fire engines weren't getting the love that they were getting. We're getting brand new equipment. Now all of a sudden, we're getting even more brand new equipment. We're going to need to be able to maintain our police and fire units.
Yeah, we're pretty crowded down there. We have a number of vehicles in for service or other reasons. The building that we operate out of, our administration building, was once a warehouse that's been kind of office spaced in, not a great fit for our use. I mean, we manage, most of the team spends their day in the field, so they're not in the yard itself. But, it's pretty crowded there at night when all the trucks are back, and maneuvering around it is a challenge. We have space across the street that's fenced in, is probably not as secure as we'd like it to see it. We have the building maintenance group across the street and another warehouse that's not air conditioned or heated or anything. So yeah, it's less than ideal conditions for sure. The guys work with it, but yeah, we could certainly make good use of improvements in terms of just having everybody housed closer together, at least from that space there. So
right.
Yeah.
You guys have 3 locations that you operate out of?
Well, depending on how you count, we have the Parks Maintenance Yard, which is over on Barrel. We have the Harbor Division that works out of the pier structure. They don't really have much enclosed space at all. It's kind of the parking lot area that's fenced off there.
It's a fenced off area.
We have our main yard, and then across the street, we have the Building Maintenance Division and the open gravel lot. I think that's all.
We bought that lot, I believe, for around $1 million back in 2018, 2019. Right in there?
Yeah, maybe a little bit before that, maybe 17, but yeah, it was a
17?
great purchase. Yeah.
Yeah, 2017.
It was a great purchase, but I think what you just said, one of the things I was looking at was security of that lot. Ability to secure the vehicles in that lot. Ability to store the equipment and do the maintenance across the street. Work efficiently rather than what we're kind of doing now. I'm looking at this like it's a critical aspect. I'm not overlooking what you guys do and your team does over there. 90% of our calls for the residents comes out, when there's a large windstorm. Where do they respond out of? The South Gertruda location, or do they come out of the Barrel location?
Primarily Parks Maintenance Yard, but our street crews also help, so it's both Gertruda location as well.
Okay. And you said the warehouse location was converted to office, so we do office space there.
We have maybe 8 of us that work out of there full-time, administrative people.
And then you got some folks in another building in there, right?
Engineering. Here.
Well, engineering up here at City Hall is part of our group. That's
Yeah, but
about
there's
18.
another at the Public Works. There's a separate little facility there that has offices.
Yeah,
on the
it's,
second.
there are some nooks and crannies where the teams meet and have lockers or have their briefing areas in the morning. There's a 2-story shack that
Yeah.
the top story we don't use anymore for humans. We just can't rely on it.
That's one way to put it. It's very eloquent. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have competition on this ballot. Assume we're going to need 67% of the vote. 98 million may be too much to bear. It could cost a couple percentage points. We heard that earlier. And I'm inclined to take a bird in the hand and get a win. 28 million in police department renovation is substantial. We know that. and almost 50 million for two fire station rebuilds. So for those reasons, I lean in favor of a $76 million ballot measure so that we can get something passed with the voters rather than nothing. And that's just my personal view on it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So I greatly respect that perspective, and what I understood from, maybe I have a misunderstanding, or maybe I'm just interpreting it differently, which probably is the case, is that the residents see the public safety infrastructure as needing, or at least they're favoring its replacement, and they don't really want to touch anything else, and they don't want to invest in anything else right now. So for that reason, I really like, and I do want to keep the number low, because I do anticipate we'll need to hit, or I just want to be prepared to hit the 67% mark. And I would therefore, I like Councilmember Lowenstein's idea of refurbishing the annex and replacing the police headquarters, because I do agree with Officer Karlborg that, how long are we going to kick the can down the road? We need to put in new structures. It's about that time in Redondo Beach to make, put in structures that'll last 50, 60 years, but making everything new, the annex and the headquarters and the two fire stations, is probably just too rich for our city right now, with everything else on the ballot, plus the constraints that residents have right now with inflation and the like. So for that reason, I'm favoring the $348,834.10 figure.
That's a motion, right?
So I can make that motion if there's support for that.
Yeah, I would go with that. Let me just say one thing, if I might.
You're next.
Oh, if I might, yeah. I've been through this before a couple times. I mentioned to you earlier, one of the mistakes we made at the high school is not building a new science and technology building. And we also had a chance of increasing the size of the cafeteria/student union. And we did that by building a new one, and it's beautiful, and it accommodates a lot more students now that eat lunch there than before that didn't. But they made a mistake, and I warned them before, don't make the mistake of not future-proofing whatever it is that you're doing with the science and technology building. And Dr. Keller, a couple years ago, said, we should have listened to you on this one. And I didn't care that I was right. I was just a little bit bummed that we didn't get it right. And so this is a chance for us. Well, I'd love to do what Mr. Karlborg says. I just don't think it's financially feasible right now to be able to do this and pass the bond. So this is the next best thing, I think, in order to future-proof the headquarters and renovate the annex. And one other thing I might mention to you, and I too agree with you, Mr. Nierenheim, about Public Works Yard. But if we do the work on this and we pass this bond, some of the money we're spending on these other facilities like fire stations and to repair them, some of the money that we're spending on that can go towards refurbishing. No. The capital expenditures we're spending already right now.
Current discretionary funds could be redirected to these other
to do that. This isn't to go to that as part of the bond. This would be money that we're dedicating already to fixing roofs and everything else can go towards fixing the Public Works Yard and the Public Works facility, and even some City Hall probably. Because we're spending a lot of money, as Mr. Karlborg said, to put lipstick on a pig. We've heard this before, right? And so we should be, keeping that in mind where we can start fixing things. So if you're going to make the motion, I'll second it again to go for new.
But you have the floor now.
Okay, I'll make the motion then to do new fire stations 1 and 2, new police headquarters, and renovate the police annex for $93 million. Is that correct?
83.
Do you have that model built?
Yeah, so.
Can you put up 2B?
93, including the tank contingency.
Right, with the contingency, blending.
With the contingency of 20% on the annex and 10% on everything else comes out to, so the bond amount not to exceed $93,348,834.10.
That 10 cents is key.
Yes,
correct.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We also have council members who want to speak yet. So Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yes, I think you all made very good points about the need for all of these facilities. Police, fire, public works, all of these things need to be upgraded. They're decades old. They're built around the same time. The usable life of these structures have exceeded their time. And I just want to make the point about the shooting range project that we're working on also upgrades the public works yard that is at that same location. So if we can be successful in that grant, we upgrade both. So I think it's important that, I wanted to note that, but also how we word this, I think is important, emphasizing fire and just public safety facilities in general.
Yeah. And I think that would come back on the 30th, right? How we word it.
Yeah, we'll take a stab at the draft. It'll look largely like what you saw in that sample measure with a little more refinement probably from our outside bond counsel, and maybe including some of the statements that we tested as positive, but we'll see.
Councilmember Narenheim.
I agree that we need to stay on the path of criticality, things that are critical. Anyone that has, I think I'm the only one that's actually walked through the public works yard.
No,
And
I did.
And you have? And what was your thoughts on that area?
Pretty decrepit.
Yeah. And I wanted to take pictures today and bring them with me and show them here. And I A, ran out of time, and B, it's just, I had other things to deal with. So henceforth, didn't have time. But if we're going to go for critical items, we need to blend and braid our ability to get quality of life in there. And I really truly believe I'll settle for refurbishment on the public works yard for 6.1 million. If we do that, that'll get us to 90 million, and then a 10% contingency will be 99 million and change. So we can ask for a simple 100 million across the board. And that would really round out the needs of public works, what they're doing there. Immediate needs, critical needs. I haven't talked about it all. Veterans Park, that building needs infrastructure upgrades. We can ask for that. What?
The old library.
The old library, yeah, thank you. And then, of course, there's parks and other areas that we could ask for, but we're not. So this is, I feel, extremely critical that we move forward with items. I mean, these buildings haven't been upgraded. All of them haven't been upgraded, but Public Works Yard hasn't even received the love that fire stations have received. And fire stations haven't received anywhere near the amount of love that police department buildings have. So these are critical. I would definitely settle on these for an even $100 million for a bond. So I would make a substitute motion to include the police department annex, refurbishment, police department headquarters, full rebuild, a public works yard refurbishment, fire stations 1 and 2, complete refurbishment, and I would also put in here for the Harbor Patrol office, any money left over we can utilize for the Harbor Patrol office down in the harbor. And I think that would be that way the contingency and any money that were left over, we could word that correctly, all the fire stations in the harbor as well.
That comes out to $100,738,264.98.
Yeah, why is yours a little bit off?
Because I did point, anytime you do a refurbishment, Wazanski's saying to do a 20% contingency. So I put in a 20% contingency for this 6157.
Oh, because yours is 1.2, I get, and mine's 1.1. Got it.
What's your number? Is it 93 or 98?
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second on the substitute? Okay. Councilmember Barrett?
Sorry, my number is for refurbishment of annex, HQ.
Talk to the public, please.
Right. So Councilmember Barrett was asking me what my number was, 9348 is for, yes.
All right.
So.
Okay. For the 3 new and 1 refurb. Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor. Our guest from FM3 has been listening intently We have a motion on the floor, $93 million to do a new rebuild of the 2 fire stations, a rebuild of the headquarters, a refurb of the annex. Is there anything else you think we should keep in mind? Anything you want to say before we vote on this?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that your 93.3 is largely similar to what we tested in the survey, right? And that got an initial response of 61% yes. So even even thinking of that as the more conservative option still requires the city to be, and folks who might support this bond, to be very active in building support from where it initially lies today of 61 if you're focused on reaching a 2/3 threshold. You're not in a place even with a measure at 93.3 where you could say, oh, great, we've got 2/3 support for that. There's still plenty of work that would need to happen for that to be successful.
Okay.
Okay.
And, okay, thank you. And I believe also we have Mr. Alamo on the phone from Griffith, who did these studies. You've been following the discussion. Is there anything you want the council to keep in mind about any of this before we move forward?
No, I think you guys have considered the challenges and solutions well. So I think you guys are you're making great input and feedback on what's to come here.
All right, and with respect to the remodel of the police headquarters that you looked into and estimated, how much life will it add? There's been perhaps validly talk about, hey, we're kicking the can down the road, perhaps just a few years here. How robust of a refurbishment, remodeling are we doing there? And how much life and new essential amenities will it add in a nutshell?
I would say that a renovation can get you an extra, a renovation of this magnitude can get you an extra, 25 to 30 years of life.
25 to 30 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else?
New construction, you're probably in the 50-year lifespan.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Alamo. And then finally, for the city manager who's been quarterbacking this whole thing, I recall from Luke's presentation, the number you had in there, and it may have just been for presentation purposes, was new rebuild of the 2 fire stations, refurbishment of the 2 police facilities, 70-something million. Motion's on the floor. Why is that in there? Do you have any advice, any input, anything you want to say before we go forward on this momentous vote?
Yeah, the basis for that was just the pragmatic reaction to the polling that we received and what we heard from the 438 individuals that responded to Adams and FM3 study. Clearly, they felt very strongly about the fire stations. And they felt, although positive about the police facilities, less positive.
Less positive.
So this was, that was an option to show what the polling data, to me, most demonstrated in terms of our best chance to get a positive outcome. There is absolute need for everything that's been mentioned here. The public works yard, I mean, everything we've talked about here has a critical element to it, and it's not a nice to have, it's at some point a need to have. But, at the end of the day, for me, I'm a pragmatist here. Any victory is a victory for us, and we have the ability to redirect resources that are discretionary today to the facilities that are not ultimately on this list, whatever that list is. So if we can get 93 million, the way it's laid out here, I'll do a couple of cartwheels out in the new courtyard.
We'll hold you to that.
Yeah.
After you remove the fence.
Yeah, I mean, I might not get up after I do it, but I'm going to do it. Anything else, Councilmember Barron?
Yes, and as would we all, and just to distill your point, you're a pragmatist, let's get a win. And to paraphrase what you're saying, that's why you had
That was the basis for the suggestion earlier as an alternative. I think this is well reasoned. I like the contingencies we're including. I think that's, again, another pragmatic move. And again, any victory here is huge for us. We've never done this. I mean, not only have, the point that was making, not only have past councils not taken this up, it's
Yes.
the first time we've had a substantive discussion about this at this level in a very, very long time, well beyond my time here.
Okay. And I agree with that. I agree with what was said by our guest from FM3, from Mr. Alamo and city manager. So I'll make a substitute, motion to do the new construction of fire stations 1 and 2, the remodel of both the police department headquarters and the annex with the 10% additional contingency on the new construction, 20% per Director Wingy's recommendation on the remodel for a total amount of
76,233,442.
$76,233,442.50.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
I will second that if you have a refurbishment for the public works yard.
I'd love to do it. And, you know me, I'm all about compromise and coming to a fair resolution. Here, though, I'm very sensitive that there was just, I don't want to say zero support. It wasn't there, and I don't want to jeopardize it. That said, I want to revisit that another day. This isn't the end. So for those reasons, I'm not going to accept that amendment.
Okay.
So,
I would just say one thing. Have you heard the lifespan of a refurbished one would be 20, 25 years? That means you have to build a new one or refurbish it again. You're not going to be able to do it for $17 million difference.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I'm in favor of, believe me, I'm in favor of not only a rebuild, I'm in favor of combining the two and having a state-of-the-art, world-class police department that matches the quality of our officers who were here earlier tonight and our leadership who's here to do that. But being a pragmatist, I don't want to end up with a goose egg and we're all, getting nothing at the end of the day. So I totally respect what you had to say.
okay, so do we have a second on Councilmember Barrett's motion?
Would you accept a friendly amendment to move it to 80 million, which would give flexibility? I mean, let's just say we take the annex out of it completely, but we're going to commit to the police headquarters. I'm saying, so Councilman Obaji, can you?
Yeah. I'll do a scenario with just the headquarters as new and the
Zero for the.
zero.
So giving us the flexibility to use those funds where we see fit, meaning if it's police facilities and we're going to say we're going to dedicate 30 million to our headquarters and we're going to revisit the annex later. But again, this is all in the language and we can decide how to do that, but the number would reflect, should be around 80 million.
So police department HQ, fire station 1, fire station 2, and that comes out to 80 million. But what's the cushion where's the cushion here?
What do you mean the cushion? I'm just saying that moving it up to 80 gives us flexibility to completely commit to a police headquarters, should we decide to do that.
And not do the annex at all.
Not do the annex and revisit that later.
Or put discretion on.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that's smart of you to think that. Eddie, Mr. City Manager, see any downside with that if we're putting off the end?
It's painful to put any of these things off, right? Again, what we want here is a positive outcome. If what's probably as critical to this outcome as anything is all of you being unified in your support for it.
Yeah.
If there's any division in that, I think we're going to struggle in November. So I think compromise is truly important here, whether we fully feel it's the absolutely perfect number or not. And to the point, if we describe it in the bond measure as police facilities and we reference, as we have in the prior description, we'll have the flexibility to use that funding ultimately based on construction cost estimates at the time. So you can pivot. If it is the full 32 million that's needed and we've got nothing available for the annex, we're in the same position with the annex that we are with the public works yard. We're trying to find alternative sources to ultimately renovate the facility and keep it going.
Guys, can I just?
So in your judgment, you're okay with that?
You don't have the floor.
I'm okay with whatever gets you all excited about ultimately getting the word out when this comes to the ballot.
All right, I'll accept that amendment.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor. You know, I'd like to wrap this up. Councilmember Obaji, do you have anything quick?
Quickly, Councilmember Narrenheim, you're totally right. The public works yard needs to be replaced, but this isn't just an exercise in criticality. It's an exercise in what's popular to a certain extent. And I just worry, Councilmember Kaloderovich and Barrett, that $10.7 million isn't going to be enough to refurbish the police annex down the road when things get more expensive. So I kind of would rather, we have the banner of public safety. We have an opportunity at having a banner of public safety now and getting a bond for public safety now, it seems, with a little more work to rally the residents. I would hate to, rally the residents, because we're gonna have to do it anyways to secure 67%, but not fund the annex and then have to go back and get their support for a bond for the police annex later on. And they'll say, oh boy, I remember, supporting a public safety bond before. So I would much, I prefer our motion. So for that reason, I will vote no.
Yeah, for clarification, could we shift the funds between the two facilities?
Based on how we describe the ballot measure, yes. The question you're going to run into is, how do you narrate it to the community? What is the message? Adam could probably speak to this better than anybody. If we have a clear number that we're basing the bond on, that's going to be very easy for you to communicate to the community how we arrived at that number. Yeah. If it's an if-then scenario, you're going to have more work to do when you explain to the residents what we're ultimately going to do if we're successful. It's a matter of messaging and what you feel the community's most receptive and supportive of.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein, last one.
Last one. I'm going to make this very quick. Okay. The difference between an $80 million bond and a $98 million bond is about $2 per 100,000. The average assessment is $900,000. You're saying $18 is going to skew the election one way or another a year? I find that hard to believe with people that are spending this kind of money. I understand the need to be fiscally conservative. Penny wise, pound foolish. You're going to end up spending a lot of money, as Councilmember Obaji said, on renovating that someday, some way. I'm telling you, it's not going to make a huge difference. You might get a point, but I seriously doubt there's a difference between 16 and 18 million per 100,000. I wouldn't, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm very concerned about my taxes, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care 18 extra dollars a year for, making sure that everything is done right. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, before I call the vote, can you put up the slide that showed the three things you wanted?
This is sub motion here, or substitute.
To the substitute?
Substitute motion. There's only a substitute. And then there's the motion here.
Oh, I see what, you're not making a new motion?
No.
Okay.
So there's Councilmember Barron's motion that Councilmember Kaloderovich seconded. That's 80.
No, I'm asking, can you put the slide up where?
It is up.
Yeah, it's covered. I
Oh,
mean,
no,
you're giving
you
us this
outlined
direction.
what three things you're asking from the council.
Yeah. We can put it up
Right here.
No,
or we can narrate it.
the words of what he needs direction on.
Oh,
It's obviously, first one, are we going to proceed?
Okay, I think we've hit that
I think
with
we've
all of
answered
these.
that.
Okay,
And then the
okay. I
substitute
just wanted to
motions
make
answer
sure.
the other two.
And I do want to, this is a tough decision, and I appreciate the council's deliberation on this. I appreciate the public input. I appreciate the input from the different city departments. So I do hope that no matter how this vote comes out, we all align and push for it because it's all needed. I mean, I want to applaud the council because this has not been done in decades. And so I appreciate, where we're at so quickly this time around. I wish we had a little more time, but we don't. So I just want to say that before we get into this. So with that, I will call the vote. And I'd like it to be a roll call vote. This is on the substitute motion. So Councilmember Narrenheim.
No.
Wait, can you put up 2B again?
2B.
Recap with the.
Your motion or mine?
Yeah. So you're voting on the motion.
The substitute motion.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
80 million. 80.416286.50.
Okay, we got a no from Councilmember Narenheim. Councilmember Lowenstein. No. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
Councilmember Barron. Aye. Okay, so now we go to the original motion.
Oops.
Councilmember Narenheim.
All right, hold on, recap, he's asked for a recap. So this is a refurbishment of the police department annex with 20% contingency. New department police headquarters with a 10% contingency. New fire station 1 and 2 with an HQ, 10% contingency, $93,348,834.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
If the motion maker and seconder would want to take, as per what was just talked about, to do this right, and it's only a few dollars, if you include the public works, then I would be an aye, but if you do not keep it as is, then I am a no.
I will assure you that I will vote for a lease revenue bond to support public works.
It doesn't work like that.
So you're not accepting the
I'm not
friendly
accepting
amendment?
Okay, the answer is no.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barron.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. I do need one more. We have to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file the report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to receive and file the report on the polling.
Presentation.
Mayor, can we get clarification on who made the second?
That was 4-1.
Did I make the second or you made the motion?
You made
Yeah,
the
I
motion,
you
he
made the second.
Thank you.
Got confusing after a while.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I get a motion to receive and file?
Receive and file.
Okay, second?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, done with the issue.
All right, I'm making a motion for a 10-minute break.
Yes, second. Second.
All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute break and come back at 9:05. can I get a roll call, please?
Here.
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 Here. Okay, so we are going back to item N1. And so this, obviously pickleball is a divisive topic in our city. So what I would like you to do is rather than shout out and clap after, if you like something, wave your hands. I got this from our county supervisor, Holly Mitchell, and it worked. So I'm hoping it'll work with this crowd and you'll be respectful. And if you don't like it, you can put a thumbs down, but no cheering, jeering, interrupting people or clapping in between so we can get through this. So with that, I will open up the presentation. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. With me tonight, I have Kelly Orta, our Deputy Director of Community Services. Madam Clerk, if you could share my screen. Okay. Thank you so much. So tonight, for your consideration and discussion, is an item that was referred to staff earlier this year, and that's the installation of pickleball courts at Alta Vista Park. As you know, pickleball is a growing sport, and over the last few months, City Council has considered ways to support the needs of the pickleball community in Redondo Beach. The most recent discussion on pickleball was on March 5th of this year, when Council was presented with options for pickleball courts, pickleball court installation at Aviation Park. At the end of that discussion, staff was provided direction on a number of items related to pickleball across the city of Redondo Beach. And so what we want to do is provide you an update on that direction, and then we'll go ahead and focus on Alta Vista after that. So with that, we will get started. At the end of the conversation in March, staff received direction on 6 different items related to pickleball. We'll go through each one of these one by one, and then we'll give you an update on what we've done since that direction was given to us. So the first was for Aviation Park, and it was to designate the open field area for future dedicated pickleball courts and to provide a BRR for sound mitigation at that location. So in response to that, staff did provide a BRR that included sound mitigation options. And also, as part of the fiscal year 24-25 budget, City Council did allocate $320,000 for the installation of pickleball courts at Aviation Park, and that did include sound mitigation as well. The second item in that direction was for Franklin Park. Council directed staff to resurface the current concrete pad for volleyball and restripe for dual use using money that we had already budgeted for improvements at Franklin Park. And staff is currently working with the striping company to be scheduled. They're quite busy this season, so really we're just waiting for them to have some time to come out and stripe that area. We're hoping that they'll be here this fall. The third item in that direction was for Alta Vista, and we will be discussing those items tonight in depth. So we'll go ahead to item number 4, which was for Perry Park. Staff was directed to provide a budget response report and liability analysis to install a partial fence between the 2 dual stripe courts there, just to keep pickleball play contained. The council also requested information regarding repainting the courts more regularly. And so BRR number 7 did provide all that information for council to consider. Item number 5 was
Council
direction.
approved that?
No,
Okay.
you did not.
That's what I.
Item number 5 was direction to our city attorney's office, and that was to prepare an ordinance, if it was needed, that would make pickleball play at residential parkettes an infraction. So our city attorney's office did review our Muni Code, and they found section 4-35.26, which gives the Community Services Department authority to establish administrative rules governing the use of facilities and parks. And what this means is that the city has the authority to administratively prohibit pickleball play in parkettes, and we can do this by posting signage at the parks. This section of the code also states that facility users who don't obey these rules can be removed from the park.
And that's fully approved now and through the system? Okay.
Yeah. So if council still wants to move forward with an ordinance just to explicitly prohibit the play of pickleball in parkettes, you can do so, and the city attorney is prepared to present that to you at an upcoming meeting. But we'll just await direction from you on whether or not you want to do
But
that.
that's an administrative rule, not an ordinance, correct?
Right, but direction from council was to consider preparing an ordinance. So we could administratively prohibit pickleball at parkettes, but if you want kind of like an extra layer on top of that, the city attorney can do that for you.
Have you administratively done it yet?
No.
No,
Okay.
not at parkettes.
Keep going.
So for item number 6, the last one, it was direction regarding signage and some other related items. And is a bit of longer of an item. It was council requesting that staff ensure signage is installed at Dale Page, Perry, and Franklin Parks for the use of the courts. It also included an additional court at Franklin Park to be dual striped, and that basketball hours and rights are preserved. And then the third part of that one was that one of the courts at Dale Page be striped for pickleball use, and that it be done using District 5 discretionary funds. So an update on all that. Signage for Perry and Franklin Parks are being finalized. They'll be installed in the next few weeks. And then signage for Dale Page Park will be installed following the striping, which again, we're hoping to get done in the fall of 2024. So just to summarize, pickleball court installation throughout the city. We have installed dual-use courts at Perry and Franklin Park and Anderson Parks. This was completed in July and August of last year. As part of the fiscal year 24-25 budget, council allocated $320,000 for pickleball courts installation at Aviation Park. And with direction from council at the March meeting, as well as the budget allocation for Aviation Park, we now have a total of 14 pickleball courts in Redondo Beach. Or we will have 14 courts in Redondo Beach at the end of all this. And so before we move on to Alta Vista, we just wanted to share some additional information for the council or have this up for you to consider. This is signage we currently post at parks with dual-use courts. The signage notes shared use rules and makes it clear what the designated times are for each use. And this signage is meant to support recreational use of these spaces for both sports. We will continue adding signs or rules for other park locations as courts are installed. And so that concludes our citywide update for pickleball activity. And what we'll discuss in the next few slides is item number 3, which is the installation of dual-use pickleball courts at Alta Vista. So just to start off with a brief overview of Alta Vista Park. It is a park located in South Redondo and includes 19 acres of recreational space that serves a variety of users. You see up there on the screen, it has multi-use sports fields, Little League, community center, racquetball courts, and even a dog run. Now, as it pertains to tennis courts specifically, there are 8 altogether, and they serve many, many types of users. There are community members, tennis professionals that offer private lessons. There are round-robin tournaments, league play, and even city-run classes on those 8 courts. So as part of council's motion, staff was directed to analyze 3 things when it came to Alta Vista Park. The first was the cost of installing pickleball courts on 2 of the tennis courts. The second was the projected revenue from collecting hourly fees to play pickleball at those courts. And the third was for staff to return with recommended pickleball court use hours. So we'll start with the cost first. Staff reached out to Trueline Construction and Surfacing to get a quote for the installation of pickleball courts at 2 of the tennis courts. So 4 pickleball courts can be striped onto 1 tennis court. It is estimated that the cost for installation of 8 pickleball courts on 2 of the tennis courts would cost a little over $5,000, so $5,120. This does not include nets, which for 8 pickleball courts is estimated to be around $5,000, but just for the restriping, the cost would be just $5,120. So the second item is the projected revenue from collecting hourly fees for pickleball play at these courts. This is a bit more difficult to determine because it ultimately depends on the schedule determined most appropriate for Alta Vista Park. What we do know is that we would be collecting fees on 4 pickleball courts for every 1 tennis court. So as you see on the screen, depending on whether play takes place during prime time or non-prime time hours, The increase in revenue would be between 307% and 400% per hour, assuming we set the hourly pickleball fees at the low end of the tennis fees, which is $10 per hour. And we also surveyed surrounding cities just to see where that $10 an hour lies compared to other cities. And it's $9 on the low end for certain cities, $20 per hour on the higher end for other cities, but that's for non-resident use. $10 tends to be the hourly fee for residential use of pickleball courts.
So would these, if we collect these fees, would they also have to join first, like you do for the tennis?
Yes.
So is that included in this number?
No.
So you'd get some additional, and what happens if they're not a member? They can't use it?
Correct.
And you're not proposing, tennis has two different rates there. You're not proposing that for pickleball?
No,
Okay,
no.
I
Just
just wanna
remain in
make
line
sure.
with surrounding cities, yeah.
okay, thank you.
And then,
Oh, and just one other, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No, not just necessarily going back to there, but and maybe you said this and I missed it, but your costs was just for restriping, not for supplying nets and not for any soundproofing.
Correct.
So I would assume if we're going to charge, we should provide nets, so that would be in.
Exactly.
Yeah, up
It
there.
is recommended that we provide nets.
Yeah, and
Yes.
It would be 5,000.
depending on how this goes, we may want soundproofing too.
Correct.
I mean, I would suggest that's the prudent path. Okay, next.
Question on that. if I
Go
may.
ahead, go ahead.
If you provided nets, how do you envision doing that? Would the nets be kept on the side of the tennis courts, or somebody would actually come out and bring out the nets when it's time for pickleball play?
So our staff would have to set up the pickleball courts when it's time for pickleball play. They would have to set it up and then take it down every time those hours wrap up.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else before we, okay, thanks, sorry.
No, it's good. And so the final item regarding Alta Vista was that staff returned with recommended pickleball court use hours for Alta Vista. And that is very difficult to determine. We pulled data from a year, for the past year, from July 2023 to June 2024, and we attached it as part of the report for tonight's meeting. Unfortunately, there wasn't a clear pattern in tennis court usage that we could use to help decide on the best schedule for shared use. No matter what the schedule, it would impact some tennis play at Alta Vista. So should council approve the installation of pickleball striping at Alta Vista Park, staff would then have to go back and develop designated court use times for pickleball play while we attempt to also minimally impact tennis play there. And as you can see from the table here, which shows how often 7 or 8 out of the 8 courts that are there right now, how often they're being used. Most of the time, there is at least one court available for play. But again, there was no clear pattern in terms of weekdays, weekends, and hours throughout the day where it was consistently not fully in use. And so after considering those 3 elements from council's direction, staff also wanted to understand noise impacts at that location as best we could. So we internally set up a noise test where our police department came out and took 2 readings from 2 different locations around Alta Vista while there was pickleball play taking place. So the police department first took ambient noise readings, so just the normal day in, day out readings in the morning around Alta Vista. Then we had rec staff start pickleball play at one of the courts, which is marked by the star over there you see on the map. And then our police department took a second set of readings while the play was taking place at the same exact locations. And attached to the admin report again are the results of those readings. Again, this was a test administered by staff. There are consultants and companies that perform very controlled acoustic impact tests for cities, and the council can certainly direct staff to go ahead and pursue one of those. But this test that staff did really was just to help inform some of council's discussion tonight.
And just if I could jump in there real quick, Elizabeth, the phrase up there, conducted by amateurs, that's really amateur players. So for those who are curious about the skill and quality of play in the test, it was.
It was our rec staff, our part-time rec staff.
Yeah, and very, let's call them beginner players. So I'm sure noise and repetition would be different with higher skilled or higher quality players. Just out of fair warning.
Quick question, if I may. How did you choose that court? Because, I mean, I tested sound using that court too, but why would we choose that court that's closer to the homes to be the court if we were to do shared use, rather than the ones that are on the eastern side?
I'll go ahead and let Kelly answer that one.
What we were trying to do is to see what the largest impact would be. And that was, ultimately, we were initially looking at the two southern courts, so courts 7 and 8. We landed on that court, which would be closest to Juanita, so that we can see what the largest impact would be to the closest residential, which would be right on the other side of that road. So that was
You're not
just to get the
recommending we
highest.
select that one as the shared use one if we go shared use or exclusive use, right?
It doesn't necessarily have to be, no.
Okay. Well, I guess the follow-up question to that is the acoustic material that could go up on one of these courts. Do you know if it needs to be like directly adjacent to where it's, where pickleball is being played? So for example, if you had the bottom right court being used for pickleball, but then you put the acoustic material on, there isn't a high fence between the two courts left and right, right? It's like a half.
There's a fence there, yes.
It's a partial fence, a low fence.
No, it's a pretty tall fence.
Is it full?
It is, yes.
One picture looked like there was.
No, it's a full fence.
Okay.
Yeah, it keeps balls in play, so it's going to be, I don't know what it is, 15 feet, 12 feet?
So I can answer that to some extent as an
Oh,
engineer.
okay. All right. So, all right, cool. Thank you.
I do have a comment on this. So your noise test with respect to Camino Real, you've got another, from a quick Google Earth measurement, another 65 feet just to get across to the other side of Camino Real. So that test is actually it's not going to reveal results of what you'd hear at the residence. That's what you'd hear from the sidewalk on the south side of Camino Real. So you would have another 60-some feet of attenuation.
Yes.
At the residential across the street.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes no sense. The sidewalk.
Okay, so with that, there are a few points.
Oh, I did want to, so you said, I just want to make sure I'm accurate on this. So the players were amateur, but the equipment is professional equipment that's all calibrated, correct? And the operator is trained, our police officer is trained to properly use that instrument, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not an amateur on the
Correct.
test
I
equipment.
think this was the first time they were performing a test from start to finish, but they have all been trained to use that decibel reader.
Okay.
So for tonight, we want to focus on 2 items related to the direction we've received from council previously. So these are points of discussion for council tonight. Firstly, council can review the status of previous actions associated with pickleball court installation and pickleball play in the city of Redondo Beach and provide us any direction related to those items. And then there's a second part of the conversation, which is to direct staff to install pickleball courts at 1 or 2 of the tennis courts at Alta Vista. If you choose to move forward with pickleball courts at Alta Vista, staff would need to prepare a notice of exemption to meet CEQA requirements. And once that notice of exemption is approved and filed, staff can then move forward with restriping the courts at Alta Vista. There are many other peripheral considerations and discussion items council may have tonight, but the primary ones are the ones up on the screen right now. And so that'll wrap up our formal presentation, but
Going to present the actual results?
we
your
can pull them
testing?
up. Well, they were,
Dude, it was on part
there.
there.
Oh, I was looking,
4.9.
I'm an engineer, I wanted the graph.
but we do have for you tonight. So we have our community services staff up here. We do have community development staff that can answer questions about CEQA. We have our PD staff that can answer questions about the decibel tests, and of course, our public works crew and city attorney. So we're all here to answer any questions you may have.
All hands for pickleball.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and hand it over to the council for discussion now.
Okay, I did have one comment. You asked a question, Councilmember Obaji, about the soundproofing. And I did sound work on Space Shuttle due to the impingement on the shuttle itself when the SRB's lit. So the sound attenuation is better if it's closer to the court because you get more vertical blockage than if it's further away. So,
Yeah.
so with that, let me go to my PC here so I can see who's got their hand up. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you. Thank you, by the way, for the staff report, really excellent staff report. Thank you for all the work that you've done, staff, Kelly, Elizabeth, in getting pickleball out to as many courts as we have in North Redondo especially. We have had pickleball at Perry for several months now, and it was almost without problem. We had pickleballers playing on Sunday mornings there, and even once you put the new signs up, they stayed for one more week, and then I called them out, and then they stopped coming back. Actually, this last Sunday, there were no pickleballers, and basketball courts were being used for basketball on Sunday mornings, which was excellent. So they heeded the message. But their complaint when I talked to some pickleballers on one Sunday morning was that there is a instructor setting up at Franklin Park on Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. and hogging the court all day. So that begs the question, what is our rule relative to commercial activity on our free shared pickleball courts in the city of Redondo? Is there an administrative rule? Do you need direction on that?
Who's going to enforce it?
If it's a rule, I assume quality of life or municipal code enforcement officers can enforce it. But that's a question for you all. Who would enforce these rules?
It would be code enforcement or a police department. So we do have a municipal code that does prohibit the commercialization of activities without a permit. Those would be allowable through our contract program, our contract class program. That activity at Franklin, to my knowledge, is not permitted. So I took notes of it so that we can see if we can coordinate getting some sort of enforcement team down there.
Yes, cool.
But there is as well on this, the draft signage that we have that we're hoping to get developed pretty soon. There is a specific bullet there that outlines that that is prohibited at the park without a permit.
Excellent. All right. And what I'd be interested to hear from when we get these, when we get residents up here, both the tennis players and the pickleball players, if would you prefer that it be one tennis court converted to 4 pickleball courts, exclusively pickleball all the time, or 2 courts converted to 8 but with shared use and shared times? So please give us your feedback on that question. Another question for you, Kelly or Elizabeth, Director House, is when there's round robin or tournament play, do they occupy at that time, do they occupy all 8 tennis courts?
I don't recall if it's all 8. I think it is dependent on the number of games that they have going on. So I don't think it's necessarily fully exclusive use every time that they're out there, but I do think that they use a large number of courts during their times.
All right. And let me just tell folks that I have done extensive due diligence on pickleball at Alta Vista Park. I have the Windy app on my phone. I've checked it about 36 times since this discussion first occurred. The Wind, if you go to windy.com, you go to Windy on your phone, the Wind is going, let me pull up a picture actually here on. If you could light up 2B, please. Can't really tell here, but here's what you can tell. The ocean is over here. This is Alta Vista Park. The wind generally is going from west to east. Not all the time, but generally from west to east in Redondo. And sound carries with the wind. So sound is moving away from these homes towards the rest of the park almost all the time. Okay? And so then I actually did a test. And I went there, and at first I had the Galaxies playing here. And I thought what you thought, Mr. Bernstein, when I saw them playing. You guys aren't hitting the ball hard enough. So then I switched spots with Miss Galaxy because she was coming off an injury. And I took her spot down there, and I asked her to film. And let me turn up the volume real quick. Hold on, pause it. Turn up the volume here. All right, I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear it through, but let's see. Oh, I can't hear it through. Anyway, we can get the audio to play? Oops, that's Wi-Fi, not
It's
volume.
dead silent.
Yeah, no, all right.
I don't think that's a valid noise test.
Yeah, so, but I'll tell you what we did experience. So I started hitting the ball, as hard as I could, considering I couldn't necessarily keep it in rally. And you could hear the noise right here. But as soon as she stepped away from the edge of edge of the fence and started to walk across the street, you couldn't hear a thing. A thing. All right? So I am not at all concerned about the noise from this. We have it in North Redondo at Perry Park, at Franklin Park. We're gonna get it to Dale Page, and it's gonna work just fine. And if it doesn't work just fine, a little paint, the stripes are gone, no problem, don't put the nets back out. But I think it'll be just fine. So please do, the public, when you do come up here, please tell us whether it's 2 courts shared use or 1 court exclusive use for pickleball that you'd prefer. Thanks.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So what I want to know is, I've been to a whole lot of host of pickleball events. I wanted to see what, and actually I haven't gone to any tennis events because I have plenty of familiarization with that. I really appreciate all these studies that were sent in. I appreciate the staff doing the study. I think that was really good, really cool that you guys did that, took the time. It definitely shows that noise, everyone's concentrating on noise. And so I wanted to experience it myself. So I went to a dink and drink at the South Bay Tennis Center, one of many. They have them at least once a month. And got there a little bit late, 6:35, 6:32, right in there. Hardly a parking spot was available. And I walk up and I'm like, oh, it's not, well, I hear the pickleballing, but I also hear the music that goes along with it. And pickleball is a very social event. And so I was there for, it's a good hour and a half. And I walked around to all the different sides of the courts, all over the place. I understood then firsthand an understanding as to why these other communities go through these impact assessments, why they do mitigation for noise, why they talk about parking issues, why the whole game of pickleball is so popular. It's a social event, I get it. And we've done a lot in Redondo, and Councilmember Lowenstein and I have allocated $320,000 for the sport moving forward. And looking online, I've seen pickleball centers, both dual use with tennis. There's one in Marina Del Rey for $150 million that's being built, both tennis and multi-use, a bunch of other uses as well. And there's actually a power pickleball over in Carson, right up the 110-405. And that's going to be a members indoor-outdoor opening this summer, 36, 39 courts in total. And the indoor courts are important, multi-use year-round. And so what I've gotten in talking with pickleballers is, it's not, I appreciate Councilmember Obaji's ask, but the real question is, do you want a shared facility with a bunch of rules, with, time slots and sharing and or do you want a facility in a place that you could go to, that you could have the music, you can have group events, that you can have, as Councilmember MD years ago put it, you can have big competitions and big events and competitions. And we could have like aviation, 6-8 courts there, and it would be run in a real manner. You're off on your own. There's plenty of parking. Noise is not going to be an issue. We'll have to do sound mitigation. And then best of all, it's something that's going to be dedicated to you. And I think that's where we're at with with where we want to go. I know Councilmember Lowenstein and I have talked about this a lot, and that's really what we're looking for is a dedicated area. And I was talking to Mayor Light about this, and I think there's a lot of opportunities moving forward. It's important that we realize there are neighbors, there's density. One thing that really struck me when I went to South Bay Tennis Center and the lady who runs that, it's a partnership with the city, and they integrated their use, the pickleball use, with all the other uses, with the tennis and the neighbors there. And it wasn't just, hey, we're going to do this here and we're going to make it happen. So after seeing all of this, Councilmember Lucy and I have talked about this for a while, and that's why we have dedicated $320,000 for this. We're going to be spending almost $500,000 on this in total in the last few years. So I want to definitely hear about from the pickleball groups that come down and speak, what is, you want your own area to go to, right? And of course, we have to also understand that, when we're doing a shared use like this, I think there was a really good letter, I forgot from whom, in here regarding shared use, kind of devalues and ruins the competition aspect of the tennis ball courts. So I'm not sure how many tennis people are here and if the residents are here, if you can speak to that as well. So looking for a win-win answer here for everyone. We got a lot of money on the table for pickleball in Redondo, and we want to move forward. Thank you.
If I can ask a question, and I think Councilmember Obaji touched on this with some of your comment, but we've got 6 pickleball courts active in North Redondo, correct?
3 at Franklin.
3 at Perry.
And so
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, we have 6 existing, yes.
And Dale?
Dale's coming.
And
coming.
those are in close proximity to houses, correct? Residential units, and on the same level as them. So have we gotten any noise complaints from the,
Not our department, so I don't know if anything's
we gotten
gone.
any complaints on pickleball?
I'm not sure if code enforcement or PD have received.
Basketball ones, yeah.
So it was the shared use?
Yeah.
Because the pickleballers wouldn't relinquish the court.
No, it's not that they wouldn't. It's that the young basketballers were intimidated, didn't want to go ask for mature adults to release the courts. And the adults said, hey, if they came up to us and asked us, we would relinquish the courts. But my point was, hey, no, they shouldn't have to.
I might ask the police chief, might ask Joe to come up and comment on the noise situation. I know we addressed the conflict issue that Councilmember Obaji mentioned, but I don't know about noise complaints at Perry.
Real quick, just so you know, because I'm District 1, everyone thinks that I'm their council member across the city. I've received a few emails from people on noise, and I just kind of say, wrong council member.
I haven't received any.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've had any noise complaints. I haven't been made aware of them, so it hasn't been very many, especially at the established courts. The pickleball complaints that I've been aware of is when somebody puts up a pickleball court in a random parkette or in the street or something like that. And sometimes it's noise related, sometimes just the fact that they're adapting that particular area to play pickleball. And we have had a few of those complaints. Usually it's not a call for service through communications. Usually it's an email that makes its way to me, sometimes from somebody on council, sometime a resident emailing me directly. There hasn't been too many of those, but I have definitely seen a few of those over the course of the past year.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to parkettes where they're not allowed, are we putting signs up on those parkettes or?
We could.
Going to.
We could.
We could or we are?
We have not, but we could.
We plan to.
Okay,
How about that?
okay.
We're going to make direction to do so.
Well, it sounds like we already have a commitment from
Lovely.
the city manager. And that's not the first time. I remember a long time ago, we had comments on some basketball courts that were in parkettes because of the close proximity, and we took those down in a couple of the parkettes. So it's not the first time we've got complaints on the very small parkettes with loud sports going on next to them. Okay, I have no other comments no hands up from the council. Do we have any cards on this?
Thanks for sticking around, folks.
Okay, it's Ken Bernston, and then Mary Jane Crafton.
Good evening. Well, I start here. Big day. I have a presentation and what have you, but after what I heard from what things, I am A, disappointed, disheartened, and not a happy camper. Okay? And I have to go quick. One, there's the blue folder that was in there, and there is petitions with 500 people opposed to pickleball courts, articles that show about lawsuits and noise and everything else, case studies from Las Vegas and from Sentinel, Colorado. But here we're going to have a test. And the test is the critical thing about noise, because it's all about noise. You can have all the other issues. Okay, so we have a test, and it's published. I find it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the blue folder, there's a video of that test. Okay? So amazing, we come to find, it's not really playing pickleball, it's warm-up. But we're gonna use those results to sit there and say, oh, there's not a problem with noise in Redondo Beach. And 150 feet everywhere else in the country. Everywhere. Every community, everything, every article, every acoustic company, everything. There's not one place that says that's okay and it's within compliance of any local noise ordinance. So you, again, respectfully, the wind is gonna solve all our problems, okay? I mean, respectfully. And at 150 feet, respectfully, to do a noise study, it's not transparent. And so the issue is there's density issues. And Centennial, Colorado had the same thing. Their city council banned pickleball for 6 months. Then they thoughtfully reconsidered, and basically what they did is that they banned, just like Torrance, any pickleball 250 feet or less. Between 250 feet and 600 feet from a home, before a court can be established, wait, what do they have to do? An acoustic study, my Lord. Having a professional, gold standards that do it for 7 days. There's the company, AGI, I gave it to you. They don't do the remedy. You don't have to worry about that. They do it for all different types of governments, Staples Center, Marriott, what have you. Let facts and data decide. Do the study, pay for the study, and let the chips fall where they may. We have a density issue. Centennial, Colorado, 3,680 per square mile. You think Redondo Beach, is it double that? Is it triple that? No, it's 12,000. So we're trying to put a rock in a square peg. That's the issue, okay? So everybody wants pickleball, but the answer is Aviation Park.
Your time's up.
Mr. Bernstein, Mr. Bernstein, what district do you live in?
What's that? District 5.
Okay.
And by the way, just say, I have no dog in this fight, okay? Not a resident. I'm not part of USTA. Is I want what's right for everybody and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No clapping, I ask that you show your hands. And if you don't do that, we can shut down the public comment. So I don't want to do that. So please be respectful. I do want to make a couple comments. First off, I do appreciate the reports you sent, and I did appreciate that video. I talked to staff about that quite a bit. So I do appreciate that. There is a little bit of misinformation in what you say. When you take that 150 feet, that's assuming the ground is flat, and it's not. It's sloped. I did the calculations. I'm an engineer. It's further than.
I measured it with a tape measure from my patio, 150 feet.
That's not true, sir.
To the closest court or the furthest court?
Closest court.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not where we're gonna put it.
That's where they play.
I know that I'm
I understand your point, sir.
And again,
Okay.
respectfully, you're not an expert. You may think you are, but that's why there are companies.
Okay, sir, that's enough.
You had your 3 minutes.
You've had your time. Let's see, Mary Jane Crafton and then Bob Brown. Okay, Bob Brown? and then Jeanette Peter.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Bob Brown, and I'm a resident on South Juanita Avenue across from Alta Vista Park. I'm here again to oppose pickleball at Alta Vista Park, and specifically to discuss the recent so-called pickleball noise test done there. What I don't understand is why is a group of people that are lightly tapping a pickleball back and forth and the police placing microphones in all the wrong locations being considered a valid test? And I have photos and videos of all of this, okay? And those microphones were not in the right place, okay? So was the purpose to pretend a real noise test was done to give those of you who already decided you'll vote for pickleball some cover and false legitimacy to the process? It appears that the real purpose of this noise test was to achieve a result that some of you already want. Why do I say this? How do I know this test was a farce? Well, I was there. I witnessed every bit of it in person. I videotaped everything, including interviews with people on the court. It was obvious to me what was happening here. Those of us near Alta Vista Park, especially those 150 feet from the courts, have spoke to this council before. We made it clear that it is unfair to expect us to tolerate the noise. Pickleball at Alta Vista will affect the enjoyment of our neighborhood and reduce our property values. It appears we have been ignored, and we cannot and will not stand idly by if you vote to allow this now. If the city wants to have pickleball at Alta Vista Park, at the least, you need to have a professional third party do a proper noise study so they can recommend the distance from the courts and the proper noise mitigation that may be required. I want everyone here and that is listening online to know I have absolutely nothing against pickleball. I play pickleball every weekend, but it's not at a court that affects the neighboring community, as this would. I look forward to the council's decision in this matter. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. See Jeanette Peter and then Chris Robbins.
Good evening, I'm Jeanette Peter. I am the Marine League coordinator for Alta Vista. Marine League's a competitive tennis league in the South Bay, totals 1,400 women with divisions from beginner to advanced. We currently have 5 teams at Alta Vista. It's 165 members. I and other players there have played at Alta Vista long before the current facilities were built. We have always supported Alta Vista and the teaching pros there. Tennis is still a growing sport. We have 2 new Marine League teams of younger and beginning players this season. Alta Vista also has very active junior programs and many USTA programs. The teams play, USTA plays on Sundays and occupies all the courts when they have their matches. There are so many senior tennis players that we now have 8 60-plus and 6 70-plus teams. It equals 400 senior tennis players. I'm often told that court time at Alta Vista is in demand. 3 more teams have asked to come to Alta Vista next season, but were denied by the manager who said there is not enough court availability. That made me question the court usage study that is less than half of a court usage data presented by a pickleball representative in March of 2024. Additionally, 2023 was unusually rainy. Weather data showed 45 rain days in Redondo from September 23 to May 24. This skews the usage downward in addition to the 2 months that Alta Vista was closed for roof repairs. I do want to say that I like pickleball. Last year, I played the whole year when my shoulder prevented me from playing tennis. It was very easy to learn, and there were so many courts available in the South Bay, I could play very often. I even played in a league at a club that allowed non-members for a small fee. That said, I, like the other 2 speakers, are questioning the validity of the study. The video I saw showed 3 courts at play for the noise study. However, they were not playing pickleball. They were tapping the ball back and forth, as they said in a warm-up. No one was serving, returning, volleying, hitting overheads, or smashing the ball for putaways. Plus, there were only 3 courts versus 4 or 8 being played. Every evaluation I have of a pickleball game produces 70 to 85 decibels. It seems that this would be compounded by the number of courts at play. Therefore, I request a professional noise study with the numbers of courts proposed to be lined for pickleball at Alta Vista with at least that number of players playing. Thank you very much.
Ms. Peter, what district do you live in? Jeanette Peter? What district do you live in, if any?
I do not live in Redondo,
Okay.
but I have played and supported there and paid money there, and I've been a member there for 25 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I work also to coordinate the tennis league there,
Awesome,
to
thank you.
facilitate
Thank you.
members and non,
Okay, Chris
residents.
Robbins and then Hai Tran.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chris Robbins, and live in District 3 for 65 years now. Hard to believe on that age, but I am. Here I am. And thank you all for passing what you did prior to. What I want to say and answer your question is 1 court dedicated, that would be made into 1 court dedicated for 4 courts that is dedicated. And I want to introduce that possibly that is a permanent place until courts at Aviation are built. And then put the paint over it, let us transfer to Aviation. That would be great. We could share. Share is a thing we need to do lately. I appreciate that you go out to all these places and view them. I don't think it's a proper assessment of what a pickleball court normally is. It's not a party place. People are very dedicated to playing. It's not always a big social event. It is it's competitive like tennis. People, it's not always music and fun and, whatnot. It's a very community sport. I appreciate that the proclamation or whatever it was called tonight was read for Parks and Recreation. And I hope that people took that to heart, what that is, because it is a community sport. There is a social aspect to it, but I see families playing, I see young kids playing, I see older people playing. It's not just a constant, what people are saying with the noise. I play 5 days a week. I play on a league. It's a beautiful thing. We can play together. I agree if another, sound study needs to be done, do the sound study, but I hardly think it's going to prove different results if the play is a little bit harder than just dinking personally, but do it. And lastly, I will say that I have driven by Alta Vista I can't even tell you how many days a week, and I pull into the parking lot and I drive down and I look and I observe what the tennis court usage is. And there is, like was mentioned earlier, there is always a tennis court at least open, at least a tennis court open. So that's just my input. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the hard work that you all do. And we want to get along and play together. Thanks.
Thank you. Hai Tran and then Sandy Nervik.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hai Chen. I'm a resident of District 4 for 10 years now. And, I'm a tennis player for many years. And I wasn't able to play because it's really hard to find other people to play with. And I've only started playing pickleball for about 4 months now. And it's been an incredibly social and fun experience. I started with a beginners group actually at Anderson Park. I didn't know them. They just invited me to play just put a post on Facebook, and I joined them one morning and I just fell in love with the sport. Next day I went out to Perry Park and I had thought it was open play, and I know no one there. I came in, asked them if I could play with them, and it was just very welcoming. And just had me to come in and play with them for a couple hours. And so I was hooked. This is such a social sport. I've been playing at Addison Park, at Perry, at Franklin Park, at the Manhattan Courts. And so it's just such a great sport to get to meet people and to de-stress. If I work For a few hours, I go out and I don't have to organize anything, just go and play with people. The one thing, this beautiful thing about this is I got my wife and my kid to start playing pickleball too. And, we just really enjoy being able to play as a family. It's something that we've never been able to play with any other sport. And the issue that I'm having now is that I cannot reserve a court. There's no ability to make a reservation for a set time to play. And, I think Councilman Nurenham, you brought the point about these clubs that you can reserve, right? And you can go and play music. We don't need that for family. And plus, these clubs cost $100 a month, right? $100, $200 a month. We don't need that. I'm happy to pay for the annual membership with the park. Is it like what, $200 a year or something like that? Happy to.
It's $25 a year.
$25 a year, incredible deal, right? $100 a year.
Plus, no, that doesn't include court time.
No, of course, $10 an hour for court is an
13.
incredible deal. I was in Boston this last week, $100 an hour. I was looking around, $100 an hour for pickleball courts. People were paying for that, for the indoor courts. There's such high demand there.
Indoor.
And so $10 an hour for pickleball time is a great deal. I'm happy to book 2 hours, to play with my family. And to answer your question, Councilman Obaji, I'm okay either way, but I think if you want to make it fair for everyone, 2 courts, share time, first come, first serve, right? If the tennis players want to play, if they're first in line to book the court, whoever is first in line to book the court, you can play, right? And so I'm happy to do it either way, as long as I have an ability to make a reservation for my family to play and have a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Sandy Nervage, and then Mary Jane Crafton.
Hi, I'm the captain of a senior Marine League team, and our team has been in existence for 16 years. I've been playing Marine League off and on for 30 years.
Sorry, tennis or pickleball?
Tennis.
Okay.
Tennis. I don't think pickleball goes back that far. Maybe in certain areas. I think you guys are doing a great job. I think it's wonderful, all that you're doing for pickle, because it is an awfully popular sport and growing. But I don't want you to overlook the fact that if you check USTA data, tennis is a growing sport, and they're expecting more growth in the next few years. They're working on it to make it more popular. And I guess you're kind of lucky that we aren't coming here saying, you need to build us more tennis courts. So what we need from you is to preserve the ones we have, because we're going to be really tight as time goes on. And I believe that Alta Vista is the only park in Redondo Beach, public park, that provides competitive tennis courts. Once you stripe it, we can't use it anymore for competition. The other clubs won't come and play on that court because we play with all, private clubs as well. So we have to provide a good product for them to be able to be in this league with them. So that's a real concern. And I think you have to have some respect for the fact that the leagues have been providing you with funds for decades. And I have nothing against what you're doing, but we're getting crunched because El Segundo's cut down and given away to pickle, taken away from tennis. And so has Los Conchas. Los Conchas is doing it too. So these are my main concerns, and I thank you for your time.
Sandy, what district do you live in?
I don't live in the district. That's another thing I'd want to tell you. The higher level of tennis that you play, and I'm sure this is probably true of pickle as well, the further you must travel to find people at your level to play with. Obviously, the best players in the world are traveling the world to find the players they can play with. And that's what we do too. If I were playing at a lower level, I could just play in my neighborhood probably. Not really. I couldn't even do that when I wasn't very good. But that's why we go from, you talk to tennis players who compete, and the same person might be competing in a league in Malibu and also one down here. and in LA. That's what we do. We travel to find great competition. We
Thank you.
find it at Alta Vista.
Okay, Mary Jane Crafton,
Left.
and then Rita Schilt.
Hello, I'm in District 3, and I've been a 30-year resident, so I've been there for 30 years. I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of Desiree Galassi. Dear Mayor Light and Council.
And
I wish I
she's
could-
a District 4 resident,
She's
right?
in District 4,
There
yes.
you go.
I wish I could be here this evening and thank you for giving the same thoughtful consideration to my words as if I were present. I am happy to see the improvement the city is making in the presentation of the data for tennis usage at Alta Vista. I hope that the city will continue to evaluate the effectiveness of the rec track reservation system, which does not accurately capture reservations with no way to make sense of the document, let alone reconcile revenue against it. In fact, the data that I presented to you in March was hand-pulled by staff, which I'm assuming is what they had to do again in order to present the document that's in your blue folders tonight. I have a copy of the rec track report and can share it with anyone who would like to see it. I'm also happy to see that the sound study was conducted so that as you deliberate tonight, you can do so with confidence that all avenues have been considered. As you remember, in March, I provided an analysis demonstrating how the city can make reasonable, cost-effective, and swift decisions with our limited resources and effectively optimize Alta Vista to accommodate pickleball play. I am committed to continue work collaboratively with the city to come up with a reasonable schedule for both an open play time and a reservation play. Same offerings as offered to tennis and the same as offered in other South Bay City facility at which pickleball is offered. I know that pickleball community has waited a long time for this, 7 years in fact, and we want to be good stewards of this amazing opportunity that you give us. Since I am the founder and admin of the Redondo Beach Pickleball Platform of 1,400 members, pickleball players, the message is compromise and good sportsmanship, and these will be the first messages that I post tomorrow. We want to work collaboratively to find solutions to any challenges that come up, with a seat at the table to work things through. And I strongly encourage all players to respect posted rules at all the parks in which pickleball is allowed. I believe in the greatness of this amazing city we live in and its leadership, and look forward to welcoming people from near and far to come play and stay in Redondo. Thanks for all you do, Desiree Galassi. And I would like to see one tennis court with just pickleball until we can do something else that we can get our own pickleball courts. Thank you.
What district do you live in?
3.
Okay, thank you.
And Desiree lives in 4.
Okay, Sue Gallagher and then Peter Cito.
Hi, Sue Gallagher, 65 years old. Pickleball is a rejuvenation of my retirement. I'm loving it. I'm in District 1. A few things, it doesn't seem like the tennis people want to share, so I'm going to say a dedicated until we get something else somewhere else. Right now I play in El Segundo, Manhattan Beach. I go up to South Bay Tennis Club, and they do ban the music when we play up there Friday mornings. We're not in favor of the music. I played up there last Friday, and we told the other people, shut the music down, and we did. And I asked the lady, is that a rule here? And she said, yeah, it's not supposed to be. And then they told me that all the grass area where they have soccer nets, they're turning into pickleball courts. So I travel a lot. It'd be nice to just be able to go to Alta Vista. I spend lunch money, gas money, have all my money in Manhattan Beach, El Segundo. I used to go to Hermosa till they banned it. We lost the Hermosa ones. What else? I think that's it. I'm in District 1.
Thank you.
Question real quick for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. House, how do you suggest on amplified music that we proceed? Do we wait for, if we were to move forward with pickleball courts, we wait for complaints for amplified music to come in, or should we just, administratively impose a ban on amplified music at these pickleball courts?
If we can do it administratively, I would recommend going that route, but I'm not quite sure that we can. I'd have to look at that code section again just to see what we can do.
Well, if you can make up rules.
That can be part of it? Yeah. Yeah, let's do that administratively. That would be the easiest route.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Sue Gallagher, and then, no,
just want-
Peter Zito. Sorry. And that's the last card I have, so then we'll just go to the general public.
Good evening. Peter Zito, District 4. Been there for 40-plus years, and I'm also a member of Alta Vista for pretty much 40 years. And I play about 3, sometimes 4 times a week over at Alta Vista, primarily the round robin. And I'm usually there around 7:30 before they start playing at 8. Usually stay there until about 11:30, sometimes 12:30. And I do agree that there are courts open, but they're usually between the hours of 12 and 3. Anytime after that, especially as you get closer to 5, 6 p.m., there are no courts available. That's because of the increase of number of instructors there doing lessons, doing classes. And it's just so hard for us to reserve courts now, especially in the evenings. And a lot of the players that used to play between 7 and 9 have now moved times to start time at 6, at 5, now 4. So it seems like it's not a matter of we're not in favor of sharing, it's just that our number of resources is just diminishing. So we're just trying to maintain what we already have. Putting extra lines on the court is like, you go through those intersections like PCH and Artesia, where you got all those lines when you make a left-hand turn. You don't know which line is which if you're not used to it. So a lot of players are not going to really like that, especially playing in a USTA league or sanctioned play. So I just feel that having a dedicated pickleball location, especially Aviation Park, is the most ideal solution. And I didn't really hear too many people say that they played over at the other areas, well, parks like Franklin, Anderson, except for one gentleman who did say that he went to one of the parks there, but it doesn't seem like those pickleball courts, the shared pickleball courts, are fully utilized, and people are not really using them. They're just focusing on Alta Vista, but not using other available courts that are for pickleball. So that's all really I have to say.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Peter, with regard to the congestion or complete use of the courts in the evenings, you're saying that the instructors are there teaching at the same time. Do you think you would benefit from having a window where the instructors can't teach? 5 to 7, for example, if that's the most congested time. Now, the instructors will say, but that's when we can actually make some money teaching, because that's when people are
I don't
free.
think the threshold is like, I think there's more than just 1 or 2 groups that can't get in. My neighbor is one, I'm one, a neighbor down the street has also had problems. So 3 members within a block have told, we've all discussed it, saying that we've had trouble getting reservations. So I'm sure there's going to be more than if you just open up 1 or 2 courts. Yeah, that's going to help, but is it really going to help in a big way? Not really.
Well, yes, of course. A big way would be building more tennis courts.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
That's what.
Do you ever play at Anderson?
I don't play at Anderson because they don't have round robin there. And I play round robin specifically Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays.
Because I see those tennis courts open, I think, every time I've been there.
Yeah, but we have a group of like 15 to 20, 25 people coming in on Tuesdays and Thursdays, slightly less on Fridays.
Understood.
So you can't do that in Anderson.
But I think your point is no one's using the Anderson courts.
I'm saying I don't see tennis players using the Anderson courts yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
My name's Judy Wise. I'm a 30-year resident of Redondo Beach. I'm District 3. First off, I do use Franklin Park. I play pickleball almost every day. It's very difficult to get a court in a public park. One court at Alta Vista would really help. That's 4 more pickleball courts. And most of the statistics saying that the tennis courts are not used every day. People are stating that they can't get in, but not one study up there showed that they were ever full. And most of the people speaking for tennis aren't even residents. We're paying taxes in Redondo Beach. We just want to add 1 tennis court, so we have 4 pickleball courts. I go to Manhattan Beach, I give them my money to play there. I would rather be giving it to Redondo Beach. I don't think we're asking for much. We're not asking for them to give us half their courts. We're asking for 1 tennis court that can be 4 pickleball courts. If I had a choice, I'd rather be spending my money in Redondo Beach than in Manhattan Beach. The parks have been great. We do have to bring our own nets. Thank God we have them, but there's also weights at the parks. And as far as music, I've never played pickleball where there's been music played. So I don't know why that's an issue. I mean, he went to something that was a happy hour with drinking. That's not what pickleball's normally about. You went to a party scene, it sounds like, that they offer as a social event. But my main thing is I'd rather give my tax dollars to Redondo Beach, and it would be nice if we had a dedicated court with a net that we could go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council? And thank you for doing the hand raising instead of clapping and all that. I appreciate the civility of the audience.
Hi, I'm Doug Richardson. I live right across the street from the park. Just do a noise study. You know, I'd be fine if you guys did a real noise study and it came out that, all right, it's not that much louder. But the study that you did, again, everybody witnessed it, we videotaped it, you're just knocking things back and forth. So do a proper noise study, and then we can determine it from there, right?
Mayor, if I may, I didn't mean to step on you.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Richardson, you live across the street from, where do you live?
Right across, 727.
So, noise study, no noise study. I mean, have you heard anybody playing pickleball there? Have you gone out and done your own study? Do you have any input, any impression as to the sound?
Well, they don't play pickleball now.
Understood. But, so you haven't done anything that, like the council members have done or the department? I'm just asking if you've had any, you certainly sound concerned, and I understand that. I'm just wondering if you've had any, why do we need a study if you've already heard something is kind of what I'm getting at, and maybe you haven't.
Why do you need a noise impact study?
I'm just
It's the
asking for.
proper thing to do,
Yeah.
right? I mean, if it's going to affect me that much and the neighbors around me, and it's outside the scope of Redondo Beach city noise limits, and then you shouldn't do it. But if it isn't, all right, but do a proper noise study so that we know.
Yeah.
So a quick question. What if we did it during a baseball game and the cheering is louder than would you have us shut down the baseball? Or what if the tennis is louder than the noise limit? Would you shut that down?
It's a different kind of noise. Can we agree that it's a different kind of noise? We're talking about, yay, as opposed to.
Oh, it's more.
It's a different kind of noise.
It's an impulsive
though.
noise, I agree.
Yes.
But tennis certainly is an impulsive noise as well.
It's
If that exceeded the sound study, would you say shut down tennis?
Tennis is much more muted.
No,
You're
but
not gonna have
you want hard numbers. So if we did that study with tennis and tennis was the near courts were driving noise over that, would you say shut down tennis? I'm just getting to the fairness of your,
All right, do a noise study.
and
Let's
so
see
you'd
what comes
advocate
out.
shutting down tennis if the noise.
It's not going to. It's kind of ridiculous to.
That's completely false, Mayor Light.
A noise is a noise, and if it violates the standard, it violates the standard.
There's no complaints today with tennis, and
And
tennis
there's
is
no-
a completely
no
different
complaints
sport.
All right, do the study. And if the study turns out that tennis is making the same noise, then we have to evaluate that. But you're not going to find that, right? In all these,
How did you conclude that without doing a study?
true. So you
Because
should do a
you stood
study.
there.
Okay,
You
I'm
should
going to
do a
shut this
study
down.
too.
You've heard this, okay.
Thank you. I asked my question. I appreciate your answer, and I appreciate the civility of the audience. Okay, let's go back to, and anybody else from the audience? Come on. Oh, you already spoke, ma'am. You can only speak once.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig. I'm a resident of District 1. I do go quite to Alta Vista Park, and actually on Saturdays when Mr. Ehrenheim has his meetings, those courts are packed. You can't even find a parking spot over there. So at any rate, I don't know how busy it is all the time, but every time I've gone by, I see a lot of people. Seems like the big issue here is, we obviously want more courts. Where are we going to put them? A couple months ago, at a planning meeting that the school board had, they were talking about the bond measure. They were talking at that time was about $300 million. And I made a comment, kind of half jokingly, but they took it real seriously. I said, if you want to get your bond measure approved, add pickleball courts.
That's true.
And two of the board members took it seriously. So perhaps maybe that could be a way we can add more pickleball courts more quickly. Long term, I'm thinking there's a large power plant that is no longer functioning. That might be a location to add more pickleball courts in the future as well. Now, again, that's going to be years down the road, but maybe those are some options we could look at. Like I said, the school board seemed kind of interested in that. Thanks.
Mr. Craig, before you go with the mayor's indulgence, so you're in D1, sounds like you spent some time at Alta Vista Park.
Yeah, I drive by probably 5 times, 6 times a day. I live literally right around the corner, and then I go to the meetings. at the
So
council member.
your personal position is, do you have one? And if so, is it to have pickleball at Alta Vista? Is it one court if you do? Is it 2 courts? Is it dedicated if you have a position?
Well, my concern is that, again, it's a different kind of noise, as Mayor Light had said. It's for example, there's a lot of construction on my street. Most of the noise is like the fire engines drive right down our street. Jim White and I live literally a block from the fire station. When I first moved there, I thought, how the heck am I going to tolerate that? But, I don't even notice it anymore. 6, 7 times a day, minimum, when they open up the facility on the way, that is even more often.
Kensington.
Yeah, exactly. We know exactly what it is. The only thing that's really irritating is the explosions on Friday and Saturday nights that keep on happening all the time. I hear tennis courts. I hear them when I drive by. Doesn't bother me, and I've gotten used to it. I'm sure the residents around there have too as well. Pickleball is going to be different. It is more of a staccato, attenuating sound. I was a music major in college. I worked with recording engineering. I know how sounds and acoustics people perceive them differently. I do think that it's a different kind of noise. It's going to really, I think it's going to create some issues with people. Now, in my profession, I'm a realtor, and I know that people I've talked to I tell them, hey, check out the area, see if you like the noise or not, talk to your neighbors, make sure it's some place you want to move into. And I haven't really heard a lot of people saying that they really want to move right next to a court, a pickleball court. Now, that said, I have a client who's currently buying a home in Rancho PV that actually has a pickleball court in the backyard. So I asked the neighbors what they thought about it, actually, and they said, well, it's kind of loud. Just something to think about.
Okay, can we?
Thank you.
Thank
you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Anybody online? Okay, and how about e-comments?
To the mayor's point, if anybody hasn't spoken and they want to be heard on this issue,
This is the time.
this is it.
I thought you were going to come up, Mike Klein. Okay, so I do have a couple comments. I've got people lined up here, Zane. So I will agree with the comment that it is, when Little League's playing on those fields on the weekends, the parking lot does get full. But I've maintained for over a year now, to the community garden that's there, and I've been there on weekends, I've been there weekdays. And I'll tell you, on weekdays, there's plenty of parking. But I will admit that during the weekend, when there's a lot of teams playing in parallel, that is packed and may have to park elsewhere. I think once I had to park on Serpentine, but every other time, even on the weekends, I've been able to find a spot relatively close to the community garden. And I have been since this issue came up and since I've been mayor. When I go there, I do check out the tennis courts, and there's times it's full, but there's a lot of times that there's at least 1 or 2 courts open. So there's not the study, you can't say there's always a court open based on the study. So there's times it's full, and there's times that it's not. So I just want to be fair-handed on that. I personally I'm about fairness, and I feel like, we have some folks from other districts coming in and telling us about noise in District 1, and yet there's all 6 courts are in North Redondo, and nobody ever brought this up before. So I'm a little, and the houses are closer without any kind of barrier between them, and we haven't gotten, as far as we know, any noise complaints. But I do want to, and I do realize, I looked at that video and it was pretty soft, and I've told you this, pretty soft taps on the ball. So I'm not sure that was representative of the impulse of a real game. I would hope that we regulate that we don't have, if we do this, we don't have music, because I think that would be disrespectful not only of the neighbors, but of the other tennis players that are in close proximity. And, from what I know of tennis, you don't put music on and play tennis. I will say where I grew up, if you wanted to play on an asphalt court, you went to the public facilities. If you wanted to play on a nice surface, you joined a club. And that's where all the league play was, at clubs. So a little bit different situation here, but that's kind of the way I was brought up. And about lines on courts, I've played all sorts of sports with lines that are multi-use because didn't have the money for a different court for every game that you played. So I'm used to playing basketball, volleyball, actually a kind of hockey indoors, and it was all on the same basketball court, and they used that for, the league play for high school basketball. So people can get used to it. Maybe the official tennis competitions won't allow that. And that's where, like I said, in our area, you went to a club if you wanted to play something like that. So I'm about fairness. I disagree a little bit with dedicating 1 court full-time, in that I do agree when the sound will be worse when the winds are coming offshore or when they are calm. It is true that when the winds are onshore, it will blow sound away. But, there's a reason most surfers surf in the morning, and that's because there's no wind or it's offshore. So I would recommend, if we pass something, I would ask that we consider starting at 10, because that's when the winds generally come up and start shifting to the west. And after that, typically we have, it's typically westerly, unless we're having, what do you call them, the hot winds coming from? Santa Ana.
Santa Ana, thank you. So with that, that's my comments on the issue. Councilmember Kalajevic, your first on the.
Thank you, Mayor. Issues brought up here, noise, dual striped for multiple uses on courts, parking. These are all issues that I think that, we're not going to disagree, aren't going to be impactful, but they have been issues that have been in neighborhoods that already have these courts. When these courts were installed, it seems that we were trying to address a community need. And they were installed, and at Franklin Park, I will speak to, because I live in that neighborhood, there is no parking. We only have residential parking in Franklin Park. We also are building the Friendship Foundation, so there's construction trucks parked there too. Homes are about 130 50 feet away, no hill, no tree, straight shot to homes. I haven't received a single complaint. It's been nice to see someone playing almost every day in Franklin Park. In the morning, they're there. They've been good neighbors, so I have no complaints. We do live in a dense community. We have many community needs. I think every time I'm in the park, I talk to players who are there, and I've asked them, where do you live? A lot of them live in South Redondo. There's no place for them to play in South Redondo. They should have one too. I see an opportunity to share these courts. I mean, based on the staff report, like you said, Mayor, it's not that a court is open all the time, but it seems that most of the time a single court would be open. I get that that's difficult to find the exact time that would be least impactful for tennis. But I will say also, we're using these courts right now on basketball courts. It's impacting basketball. They're having to share. They're having to use shared spaces with dual striped lines. It's challenging, but we're a community. We're trying to respond to all the needs of the entire community. I think this is a good opportunity at Alta Vista to come to some agreement of shared space until we have a dedicated space for pickleball. That's going to take a while. Right now, the estimate was $1.3 million to build the facility at Aviation Park. We don't have that right now, but we need to address the needs of our community, and I think this is a reasonable proposal to share the space. And that's all it is. We're not taking anything. We're saying there's an opportunity to share. That being said, Ms. House, has any private operator contacted you, or have you been in touch with anyone who has a proposal for Aviation Park?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Well, let's work on exploring that, because I think there's definitely the appetite, and I know us as council, we would love to have a dedicated space for them and not have to negotiate little pieces here and there. And I just want, my last point is the petition that was submitted with 500 signatures, there were many, many non-Redondo residents on that list. I just wanted to put that out there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, I think I got the audio working here. So if we go to 2B, this is my little sound study. No, that's there for a reason. All right, let's see. Hold on, I had to change the output. Oh, it's muted. Let's try again. All right, can you guys hear the? Okay, wait for it.
I'm walking across the street. See how it sounds from over here.
You don't live on the ground level. Okay, no calls from the peanut gallery. Be respectful.
All right, and I swapped places with this person, Desiree, because I wanted to wail on the ball. And as you can tell, once she gets across the street, you can't hear it at all. We allocated in the budget over $20,000 for sound insulation. Around one court, it would be very easy to isolate that and dampen that sound. Here's the other thing. We could do a $20,000 study or $10,000 study, but we're repaving for $90,000 and restriping all the courts anyways to improve them for all the tennis players and everybody who recreates there. It's free to stripe one of the courts with 4 pickleball courts. If it's a problem, it's a nuisance to you, you just pull out your phone, you videotape it, you email it to us, you let us know this is a problem. If there's a problem because people are playing at 9 o'clock in the morning, like the mayor said, and the sound's not being pushed by the wind, let us know. Email qualityoflife@redondo.org. They'll enforce it. Ms. House will put in new rules limiting play to after 10 a.m. So I grew up as a tennis player. I was an instructor at Big Bear Tennis Ranch for a year. I went to summer camp there for many years. We have an opportunity here, and we have had an opportunity with Aviation Park as well, to recognize one of the fastest growing sports in the United States. And it's growing because it's accessible to all people of all ages and all skill levels, by the way. And so this proposal, putting pickleball here would diversify the recreational opportunities. You're big on Coastal Act recreational activities that we have at Alta Vista Park. There's baseball, a bunch of baseball diamonds. There are tennis courts. I'd love to have more tennis courts, but now we'll have pickleball courts as well. At least if the motion I plan to make passes. And we ensure that we continue to be an inclusive, accessible community when it comes to recreational opportunities. So I hope that we can make Alta Vista a park that's inclusive, where everybody can recreate with their families, friends, peacefully and healthily. So I'll make a motion to restripe one of the easternmost tennis courts, probably the south, is that the southeastern courts? Yeah, southeasternmost courts, with 4 pickleball courts for exclusive use as a pickleball court, and ensure that we put in the acoustic dampening as is appropriate in the appropriate locations to dampen the sound. What's that?
And procure the nets.
Right, procure the nets. And we needed a negative declaration or exemption declaration for the environmental. Let's do that. And any other direction you need?
No, I think we already got the green light from the city managers to start installing signs at parkettes.
Do you need us to direct on the music?
No, we can do
got
that
that?
administratively as well.
All right. And the fee schedule and all that stuff you'll be able to handle, right? All right. Is that Webb?
Yeah, if you could just indicate if the administrative rules would be sufficient as opposed to an ordinance for both the noise and for the can't play pickleball and parquet.
Sure. So for the administrative rules, you've heard council what we're concerned about, noise. So we'll defer to the administrative rules if anything persists to be a problem and can't be adjusted by administrative rules, and we'll move forward. We'll make a referral for an ordinance.
Is that like the voice of God? Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'll try to keep this very brief. With all due respect to anybody from Kansas, this is the one time I wish we were in Kansas, because there's plenty of land out there and nobody has to deal with competing interest and nobody has to deal with noise and everything else. We could have tennis, we could have a pool, we could have pickleball courts, we could have everything we wanted. This is what we deal with because we have such a densely populated town, as Mr. Bernstein said, 11,000 people per square feet. I'm personally very sensitive to noise. I deal with it all the time. I happen to live really close to the intersection of 190th and PCH, and I hear sirens day and night all the time. So I'm really sensitive to folks that live near places that produce a lot of sound. And, we keep talking about this, and that's fine. This is a temporary solution. The real solution long-term is to find a place where we can build 8 to 10 pickleball courts. And where it was investigated was north of the aviation track. And for some reason, we have not pushed the person that lives or that owns the lease and leases it to Northrop to seriously consider leasing that so we can build adequate pickleball courts away from everything from homes to daycare centers to everything. That's where they really belong. We've already identified the cost. It was $1.1 million. We'll have Quimby funds in the next couple of years to be able to do that, hopefully. I just wish we would consider going back to whoever it is, Northrop or the owner of that lot, that's just sitting empty as storage. That's where pickleball really belongs, where it doesn't bother anybody, and it's surrounded by ambient noise. So I hope, whatever ends up happening here, that's where it really belongs. I hope we can look at that, because that's the best solution for everybody. No tennis court interruptions, no people having issues next to their home, and plenty of space for people to play. We need that parking lot. That's where it should be. Thank you.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So the first thing I want to talk about is inclusivity and how powerful that word is. And the first part of that word, inclusiveness, is bringing people in and speaking and listening and hearing what people have to say. I got here on this council because I listened to the residents. I was right there at that podium, and I was called every single name in the book. Every single name. And so what brought me here were the residents. And what I've heard so far, what strikes me the most is that everyone's doing their noise study. With Councilmember Obaji going, using the courts, not part of the membership fee there, going there, doing all of that, video recording, audio recording, trying to prove a certain point. We've got staff spending time down there, setting up sound equipment, doing noise studies. We've got dozens upon dozens of emails. Mr. Bernstein said it correctly. I couldn't find a single ordinance in the United States anywhere that was less than 250 feet. Torrance went for 500 and they got talked down to 250 feet. Density is an issue. Traffic is an issue. I'm going to read something here, and so everyone understands. This is from Spendiarian and Willis Acoustics and Noise Control, LLC, section 6.1, page 38 of their noise study. There is a common misconception that pickleball is acoustically equivalent to tennis, volleyball, or many other activities typically found at outdoor recreation centers and parks. Numerous news articles covering disputes over pickleball noise, many of which originate when existing tennis courts are converted to pickleball, demonstrate that this is not the case. Then it goes on to show not one, but 2 pages of references. Section 6.2, page 40. Persistent impulsive sounds create annoyance because they are similar to sounds that contain important information about our environment, such as footsteps, a door opening, a tap at the window, or speech. We are sensitive to these types of sounds because they alert us to events occurring nearby that we may need to respond to. Continuous false alarms, such as the popping sound created by pickleball paddles, pickleball paddle impacts make it difficult to relax, concentrate, or sleep soundly without disturbance, and each time a pop is heard as it draws the attention, creating distraction. There's a lot of information in these sound studies. And the one thing that I see consistently is that the pickleball noise from the type of pop that comes through is piercing. It travels. And our ears are particularly sensitive to that exact pop that pickleball creates. It's why they're creating pickleball centers inside versus outside. There's an admission here that a study needs to be done and we need to impact the noise. We need to test the noise, impact the noise, mitigate the noise, and we're all also admitting that the impact from the conversion of these courts will impact the communities at large, whether it's tennis or the residents or everyone else there. And remember, the tennis group isn't just people playing tennis. This is revenues to the city of Redondo Beach. We have the pros that play there. We have the teams. We have the events. We have competitions, marine leagues. There's a huge impact. I truly feel we're trying to get a use and shoehorn it into an area where people have clearly expressed issues with this particular activity. As a sitting city council member for this district, I can tell you I've received hundreds of contacts from people, whether it's voice, email, text, whatever you want to call it. And the biggest thing I've heard from people that live in South Redondo is they don't want to drive. I get it. I understand. That's why, we're looking everywhere. Councilmember Lowenstein and I put together $320,000 for creating a center so pickleball, you guys can do your thing, and Aviation Park. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that says to direct staff to take the $320,000 and look for concessionaire agreements that we can work with, either the location that Councilmember Lowenstein identified, the empty areas around the gym that were identified, and to use the $320,000 to start that process and move that process, move that along for concessionaire agreement, to create a pickleball center so that we can have more than just 1, 2, 3, or 4 groups. We have, courts. We have 6 to 8 courts. And yeah.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Barrett, and then I'm going to call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am a supporter of pickleball. We've talked about that. And we have a dual-use court in District 5 at Anderson. We'll soon hopefully have a dedicated pickleball court at Dale Page Park in District 5. And the council and city are moving forward together to bring a dedicated pickleball facility with multiple courts at the Aviation Park open field behind the gym, which is also in District 5. And I'm also a supporter of the philosophy that there should be deference given to the preferences and input and judgment of the council member and the residents of a district before installing something like this project in that district, giving some deference. I think that's part of the reason for and really the wisdom of our district representative system that we have here in Redondo Beach. And unfortunately, I'm not really hearing much in the way of support for this from the District 1 residents, including homeowners that live near Alta Vista Park, or the District 1 council member himself. And to the contrary, they seem to be against it. So I'm not completely comfortable moving forward with the full scope of this proposed project over those objections, as much as I may personally think that this is a good idea. Now, a potential compromise would be to convert 1 tennis court, not 2, out of the 8 that are there, to a dual use, tennis and pickleball court to be shared. Including full sound mitigation, prohibit amplified music, and give it a 6-month or so trial period. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, we could consider revisiting it then. And if it's not working out, for example, the sound's unbearable, the parking turns worse, tennis players can't get enough play time, and our community services department could track that, then council, within its discretion, can make a change. And perhaps ultimately remove that pickleball striping entirely once the Aviation Park open field facility comes online. So I think that's a reasonable compromise. One court, dual use. And I'd like to know if the District 1 council member is open to that, and I'll yield the floor accordingly.
Again, it goes back to the admission that of all these studies that we're doing, that there's a noise impact. I mean, if you want to spend money on a noise impact, more than happy, all it will, if you would, I will second that motion if you include a noise impact study.
Here's what I will do. I'll make a substitute to the substitute, if I may.
You got the floor.
And which will mirror the motion of Councilmember Obaji, with the exception of the one court being a dedicated court, have it be a dual-use court, assuming there's nothing logistically that would prevent us from doing that.
I think we've said prior to installation, we would have to come back with some form of notice of exemption, some preparation of that. So this would be a two-step process if that is ultimately the direction of the council.
So that would be doable. So that's my.
Do you want to set hours, or do you want the staff to determine hours?
Let's play it by ear, no pun intended. And so that's my motion if it's understood. Councilmember Obaji's motion.
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the substitute to the substitute, so I'm calling the vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein? No. Councilmember Kalajerovich?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Yeah, I'll just note, by the way, that when it came to trying to get pickleball courts at Aviation, despite that being in your district, these guys were voting against it. Aye.
Well,
Councilmember Barrett? It's your motion. Are you going to vote?
It is, but the point is to have that compromise, and if the council member doesn't want it at all, and the D2 council member doesn't want it, then this motion would fail and it would revert to Councilmember Obaji's
No,
motion.
then we go back to their substitute.
And then his.
And then his, okay. Well,
They're not necessarily contradictory to one another.
what is not?
Well, yours didn't say don't do Alta Vista. It said move forward with looking for a concession.
Yeah, to be crystal clear, I mean, I put this out as a compromise item to the District 1 council member. He's rejected it. D2's rejected it. Then my default position is going to be to support a different motion that was made earlier from Councilmember Obaji. And so ultimately, would we be able to vote on that?
Yes, if you vote no on the substitute motion.
Okay, well then I'm going to vote no.
Okay, so now we'll vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember
Which is
Narenheim.
what, can you clarify what it is?
Call the vote.
Well, okay, so go ahead. I'll let you.
To work on a concessionaire agreement to create a pickleball center in areas around the gym or perhaps the parking lot that Councilmember Lowenstein identified, and to use the $320,000 that was appropriated during the fiscal year 24-25 budget conversation to start that effort.
Around which gym?
Aviation,
Aviation.
No, the track,
around the track.
north of the
Okay.
track. Yeah.
So that's not necessarily contradictory to.
Yeah, I know. It's not.
You don't want to amend your motion, so you're okay if we vote on.
What do you mean?
No.
So let's say, assume you get a yes, we'd still vote on the first motion because it's not contradictory to your.
What do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, my motion's on the floor. We're not voting.
Yes, but that's not the only motion as part of this.
Mine's a substitute motion.
He's correct, that it's not exclusive, mutually
It's not
exclusive.
contradictory, they're not mutually exclusive.
No.
God is talking.
Yeah, this is a Brown Act violation. 'cause
It's not a Brown Act violation.
It's regarding pickleball play and management. You're talking about new courts, and the only new courts are regarding Alta Vista Park.
Wow.
Then at the same time, when we had this original conversation, that was a clear Brown Act violation as well.
So I was going to make the point, do you want to have them be the one motion on this item? Or do you want to make a friendly amendment or make your motion, which would combine your motion with their motion, i.e. you get the looking at aviation, you get the spending of 300,000, I think a majority of the council has mentioned that when you have a permanent solution, you'll no longer need the Alta Vista compromise. And so this would be something where, although you're not liking the first part of the motion, you would be on a path to have it be for a short period of time. So the question the mayor is getting at, can you combine the two motions?
I'd say no.
No.
No, I'm not going to amend my motion to include their motion.
I think we're
It's
in
not up to
agreement.
them. No, that's not up to you, that's up to them.
I'd say no.
No.
Separate.
The seconder wouldn't say no, so.
Okay, so let's vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein? Aye. Councilmember Kalajerovich?
I'm a no because that doesn't move us forward in any way right now.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, because nobody wants to play pickleball next to a highway, Sepulveda Boulevard.
Aviation.
Aviation, sorry.
No.
Okay, so the vote doesn't carry, so now we go to the original. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
Councilmember Barron?
Aye.
Vote passes. You can cheer now, we're done.
Also, they wanted to cut trees at aviation, right?
Okay, let's continue.
All of a sudden, cutting trees is okay.
I'm lost on my agenda here.
City manager items, Mayor.
I got it. Okay, city manager items.
Yeah, just one this evening. We had I think, productive subcommittee meeting with the school district. Our two council members, Councilmember Lowenstein, Councilmember Kalajetovich, myself, and some staff from the district, their two board members and Superintendent Nikki. We chatted about a number of things, most notably cost of services, crossing guards, some of the recent budget items that we discussed. They're open to having conversations. They did make clear that they'd like to have a side-by-side comparison of the various services that they provide the community at their behalf, on their behalf, and at their, if not expense, certainly lost revenue opportunity. We agreed as a follow-up to get together as staff to try to sit and itemize those various costs on a side-by-side comparison, and then come back as part of our August meeting to follow up on that conversation. So did want to report to the full council that we are looking at that, and those conversations persist. That's all from me this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. No mayor and council items, referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
Let me check. I don't think I have any, but let me check for sure. Fast. When is strategic plan coming back?
We need to pick some dates. I've got to call into the consultant to give me some options, likely going to be in August, and try to get some dates from you all. I'll be communicating with each of you about your respective calendars in the month to see if there are any sort of no-go windows. But we will likely be having the meeting in August.
When cannabis is coming back in August, and I wanted to know from the city attorney, is his report going to be ready? We've been asking for?
I'd have to ask specifically. I don't know if Mike's still on.
Yeah.
I am. It depends on what other items you give us in between.
Yeah, I'm concerned because we've been asking for this report for a while.
And you keep adding other stuff. You keep adding other stuff that is more of a priority. We had a discussion last week on how things keep getting moved. So if you keep adding things that take a higher priority in discussing it with the city manager, then.
So to that point, when is we're going to have the verbiage ready for, was it next week after next for Measure DD?
It'll be next week for, I'll send it to you this week, and then we'll have an initial discussion, but not take any action on the 23rd, so that you can have any questions answered and then take a vote on the 30th, which is also when ranked choice voting is set to be talked about.
Okay. Farmers market business license conversation, all those business license conversations, when is that coming back?
Yeah, we're going to have to two-step that. The ordinances we discussed is a pretty thick change just from a workload standpoint, but exemptions and that opportunity, I think we can have come back in August.
Okay. And the tree ordinance that we had, was that coming back?
Yes, I still need to get clarification from Public Works on exactly what outstanding issue we're going to be addressing there, but yeah, that can come back.
Okay, thank you, that's it.
No, thank you for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Callejarvis.
None for me, thank you.
None for me, thank you.
No, Mayor.
I do have a question. Quite some time ago, before the Christmas holidays, Public Works Commission was working on, and Sustainability Commission was working on recommendations to the council on native plants. Now we're 9 months after that. Or when can we expect to get that back? That's a long time to sit in Public Works and Sustainability.
Yeah, let me inquire on that, Mayor, and find out what the status is. and
Okay, thank
See if
you.
we can get something back to the council.
And no referrals, just that question. So with that, motion, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All four?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned.